That's right.
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying,
Hey, man.
Happy Tuesday. It is Fat Tuesday. If you are celebrating Mardi Gras getting underway, of course, today, Mike was just talking with Andy and Randy about what he's going to give up. I've been thinking about this. I think my thing this year is going to be sugar.
Ooh.
And I don't think a lot of people realize how, maybe you do, but how much sugar is involved in our everyday diet. I'm not talking about like you candy eaters. I'm talking about just every day and how much I use sugar. Mike, I get up, coffee, and I'm thinking about the sugary drink. So I think that's what I'm going to do, but it's reasonable.
You still going to go sweet and low?
It'll help me. See, that's the thing. Stevia, we've got stevia at the house, and we use that. But I don't know if you can count that as sugar. It's artificial sugar.
Right.
So
you're telling your body, your mind, it's sugar.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm thinking. But happy Fat Tuesday, man. Hope you guys are going to celebrate and have a good time today. A lot of restaurants around the A and certainly in the burbs are celebrating OTP with their form of Mardi Gras and celebrating Fat Tuesday. I always just love the drinking, man. That's and speaking of sugary drinks.
That's just it. I mean, coming off 3 days in Vegas, the last thing I really want to do now is start downing some daiquiris, you know what I'm saying? Because it's time to detox, if I'm honest. But hey, well, what's one more night? But yeah, man, great times.
Yeah, you might as well go in.
In for a penny, in for a pound. We've given up booze for Lent. That ship's never going to sail. I think the farthest I went was what, like 16 days once? Because God sticks St. Patrick's Day right in the middle of Lent. Not great planning by the Catholics, if I'm honest.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I mean, can you get past St. Patrick's Day?
No,
I don't know if I can.
Yeah, and this year the Warriors, Golden State Warriors are in town.
Oh,
You know, that'll be a big night down at State Farm, amongst other things going down.
All right, guys, there is a lot to get to. Today is Franchise Tag Day. Now, we say that. It doesn't mean that the players are going to get franchised today, Transition Tag Day, but they've got now the open window. We're going to get into this because the only guy that you would think about franchising for our Falcons is Caleb McGarry. I wouldn't do it. But if you feel like you want to retain his services and remain in negotiations with him until July 15th, that's when the deadline is. And guys, none of this right now, like this week, you're not going to hear Lamar Jackson getting a deal. Okay, that's not what's going to happen. If they decide to franchise tag him, ultimately it just gives both sides a deadline to say we got to have a deal done by July 15th, or we're trading him, or we're moving on, or whatever the situation may be. But I don't think you're going to hear anything, Mike, over the next 2 weeks about anybody that's going to get franchised as far as getting new deals.
It's funny. I ran into a Cowboys fan while we're playing craps this weekend. We were talking about Lamar Jackson and stuff coming to Atlanta because there's a lot of buzz about that. And I was saying, remember when Des Bryant went through his tag? And it was really acrimonious. There was a lot of negativity, and it was like, he won't play. He's going to sit out. And eventually the deal got done literally in the 11th hour.
Yeah.
But there's so much stuff. There's so much baggage that goes with Lamar and the Ravens, I should say, and feeling maybe disrespected, and everybody else has gotten a $40 million deal who's of his value or certainly, you could argue, not as good as, considering that he's an MVP. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I know that McGarry is still a guy, Carl, if I got to say, really good run blocker, but not a great. If I got to say but ... I don't want to give him $75 million. You know what I mean? It's hard.
He may get 50. What if I told you 4 for 50? And you say, well, first of all these numbers are going to sound crazy to most fans, right? But that would be under market value for a guy like McGarry if he wants to stay. Mike, if he told me he'd take 4 for 50, I'd sign tomorrow.
18 times 5 is $90 million.
Correct. That's why.
Yeah.
So if he feels like, and his company, his people, his agents, they will feel like he deserves more. But I'm telling you, if I'm the Falcons, I'm trying to get him for under market value just for what you just said, which is, but yes, you had a great season, but we still got to get better. We've got to get better in this area. We're going to definitely talk about it, guys. More guys to talk about around the league. A lot of stuff. Daniel Jones. There's a lot of guys that you look at right now and go, are they going to franchise tag him to at least give them an opportunity to work out a long-term deal?
Will the Cowboys try to shop a guy with a contract that nobody might be into as Ezekiel Elliott and tag Tony Pollard? Possibility. A lot of strange things that could happen this week. You're right.
No doubt. All right. What did you think of the All-Star game? We were off yesterday, obviously. Chris, by the way, great job filling in. Turtle was on for the entire show yesterday and did a really good job filling in for us. But if you saw any of the All-Star weekend, I think, Mike, the biggest surprise, and we talked a lot about the dunk contest last week, was the dunk contest. Like, nobody expected it to be spectacular. And then here comes Mac to take it over. And all of a sudden, now everybody's talking about this young man. He's a two-way player. It's actually playing in the G League and for the Philadelphia 76ers. But I think that was kind of a shock. Dame Lillard winning the three-point contest, not a surprise. Dame's one of the great shooters. That was fun. We figured it would be interesting. But the game itself, you won some money on the over, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Which, again, it's almost criminal. You think this game's going to be a 362 and climbing over and under. And the over, I think, is hit. My buddy who owns a car wash in Buckhead, he want to put his business on the street, but one of his bets, always bet the over on an All-Star game. But, yeah, it's just one of those games, and we've talked about it. Look, baseball, whether you're a baseball fan or not, pitchers are not grooving like, 80-mile-an-hour curveballs. They're throwing 99-mile-an-hour stuff. So even, other than maybe when Cal Ripken had one set up for him in his final All-Star game right in Seattle, everything you see in MLB is you've got to hit. You've got to hit because the pitching is solid. But in this case, it was what it was when LeBron throws it off the backboard to himself, which is kind of exciting. And then you see, was it Tatum did the same thing coming back the other way? Yeah, okay. But at some point, you want to see a little defense. And all the memes started popping like Kobe Bryant from years ago saying, come on, guys, what are we doing here? So, and we'll talk about it. Daytona, for me, was a big letdown. I'm a big racing fan. I thought that was not the way the race is supposed to go. But we'll get into it. Because some of these events, as sports and our expectations maybe get tempered. And I hate to be it, Carl, and I say it. We don't want to be the guys that sound like the Muppets in the balcony, Statler and Waldorf. But some things were a little bit better back in the day. How do you get the NBA All-Star Game to be like it used to be?
All right, sponsors put up $20 million. Winners take all. Losers, we'll see you next year. It's that simple. If I told you that there was an extra $20 million to be split among these guys, okay, I think, Mike, you'd pick up the intensity. Losers get nothing. It used to be the East and the West back in the day. Both teams, even though you lost, you got a little bit of something just for an appearance in the All-Star game. But that would, Mike, you want to amp up the intensity? Right. You want to take it to the next level? Sponsors, let's get plenty of sponsors out there. Let Adam Silver tell you, the NBA health-wise is great right now. TV ratings are great. They've got young star power, all the things you want. Put up some real money, sponsors, and winner take all. That's how you do this. And also, I got to say, to me, that's how you fix this.
But again, these are also some of the highest paid athletes on the planet. Let's rope this into charity. Let's rope this into nonprofits, players' favorite nonprofit. There's got to be some altruism expected to throw in a bonus for an All-Star game. For me. I just like everything you said about the NBA is accurate. Now, I don't know how the younger demographics feel because that's the key to any sport's success and longevity. But when you've got players tapping out, the big thing, load management has become a thing this season more than ever. Love what I heard from Anthony Edwards, the former Bulldog. Ant-Man basically put it out there, kind of sounded like an OG about with all the things you and I've talked about. I think you can screw this up if you're the NBA. You can still find a way to screw this up. Just when you think you're above reproach, you're going to find that, especially when you have a commissioner who lets the players get away with everything. That's where I'm just fine. I got to find a balancing act on the All-Star game.
Yeah, listen, I just think money changes everything. It changes everything for you. If they told you to show up for extra and they paid you extra money, you do it. Not you, but our listeners would do it.
Can we do that for the slam dunk? Because everything, again, I agree with you. Mac McClung put on a show. The guy plays for the Delaware freaking Bluecoats.
Yeah, it's the G League.
But I'm saying, a guy, you should have stars in the All-Star. I mean, guy did a great job, did his job. No monkeying around. Every dunk went in. He's a G League player, and they're supposed to be the greatest athletes in the world.
Yeah.
And a basic nobody won the slam dunk contest, which to me is what's wrong with the NBA.
Well, here's the thing: you talk about that younger demographic. Mac McClung is a huge viral monster success. He was one of these kids that was viral before, in high school and even getting into college and all that stuff. Mike, is he good enough to play in the NBA? Well, obviously, he's a two-way guy. He's working his way there. But I agree with you. If you're telling me the stars in the best – if Giannis, LeBron – pick your guys, right? The best stars in the NBA were participating in the NBA dunk contest. Right. Mac is just a sideshow. He's not the show. He's not the guy. But because you didn't have that, all of a sudden you've got a guy showcasing dunks. And by the way, his dunks were killer. They were. I said last week, I have not seen, there's probably a dunk that I haven't seen. Even some of the things that he did, tapping the backboard, back reverse dunk, 360, windmill, all that stuff I've seen. The deal with this guy is he's 6 foot.
Right.
He's 6'2". So
there's always the curiosity
amazing.
For a guy like Spud Webb, not to mention the plucky white kid playing for the G League team. I just thought, And again, I'm not pooping on what this guy accomplished because it stands on its own. You just laid it out. He did everything you'd expect in a good slam dunk contest. Just would love to see all the guys that are superstars in the league doing what Mac McClung did. Then I'd be more interested in it.
This is what Jaylen Brown said after the game when he was asked about the All-Star game. And he was saying, it's all fun, but he also said, this basketball's different. This was like a layup line. I don't know how much notoriety we would want to get from this. This was a glorified layup line. We got to figure out a way to get a little bit more competitive. If the fans like it, that's all that matters. And that's the thing. It is an exhibition game. It is entertainment. And at the end of the day, as much as Mike and I might like it to be more competitive, and I just gave you, one way to do it, there's probably 7 or 8 more ways. But at the end of the day, it's entertainment. And if you go to one of these All-Star games, you kind of want to see what you saw Sunday night. You want to see the alley-oops and the fun and the guys having a good time. That's what I think, Mike. And for the NBA, it does still work. And you mentioned that they could screw it up. The only way the NBA screws this up is if they don't come up with a new CBA and then they have a lockout. That's how they screw it up.
But you've got to find a way to get the players to play the schedule. To me, this has become the thing, especially for guys. Look, it's hard to tell somebody who maybe has to save up, who's making just a little bit more than $15 an hour, and he goes to an NBA game. Oh, sorry, your favorite player's on load management. That don't fly.
Coming up, we're going to talk about all the things that went down this weekend. Mike talked about the Daytona 500. You talk about star power. Where was it? It's Dukes and Bell.
for some Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Want to read this from our man Quan Star. That's his Twitter handle.
Quan Star.
Dukes and Bell, my kids knew who McClung was from YouTube because they watch every basketball thing on there. He said the All-Star Weekend is designed to appeal to and market to younger viewers. He said, my kids are 17, 14, 11. They loved nearly every minute of it. That's what we were talking about with McClung. I think there were a lot of old school heads that were like, who is this guy? Shaq put out a video before the slam dunk contest, and he was like, let everybody know who you are. Show everybody. And he goes out and does all these amazing dunks. But Quanstar, that's what we're talking about. Well, that is the thing about McClung. You can have this huge, Mike, there are so many people out there that have this huge social media following. We don't care. We don't know. But they're huge on TikTok or YouTube. And we don't know who the hell these stars are.
Well, if that's what you guys want, well, then hell, man, let's bring back Escalade. He's gone. Let's bring back guys from the And One videos and a guy who's basically a dude shuffling back and forth from the G League and the NBA. Like, I get it. He's a phenomenon. I heard what Carl said the first segment, and that's great. I don't watch that, and I don't care. I just want to see the greatest players who are the NBA stars competing like they used to. Like everything from Neek to Vince Carter and Michael to Dwight Howard. That's what I want to see. I want to see those guys do this stuff. Now, if this guy is the greatest internet sensation, fabulous. Bring the guy who does the mock videos in the driveway, who does the Russell Westbrook impression out. Bring the Phoenix Suns gorilla and the trampoline. We can get him involved, too. I want to see NBA all-stars in these competitions. That's it. That's my stand. So, again, I could be, whistling past the graveyard on this take. I'll die on this hill. I want to see stars.
Okay.
I want to see stars.
Yeah, listen, I don't disagree with you. I just think arguing that you're going to get the biggest stars in the NBA to participate in
They
these
just don't
events
do it anymore.
is over. So if you're going to tell me this is the next best thing, and this guy is a phenomenon, and he is well known, just because some of you don't know who he is, in the basketball circles, and that's the thing we were talking about with the All-Star game. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Braves today, guys, working out. We're going to talk about this Marcell Ozuna situation that came out where he was basically admitting that he didn't give us his best. A little bit disturbing, but also very honest in his approach to, hey, I want to do better, and I want to give you guys, meaning Atlanta and Braves fans, a better performance this year. He better. I mean, we need Marcell Ozuna to do that. So we'll talk about it. He said some interesting things over the weekend as the Braves get ready for their first spring training game on Saturday. Grapefruit League play begins. 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always text us. Something in my nose. I'm sorry. I was about to sneeze. I'm like, what is going on in here? Chris, Turtle behind the glass. Beau Morgan, executive producing.
It is pollen. I came back from Vegas, and then I cleared all this stuff out of my throat, the nice dry air, and I walking the dog this morning. I'm like,
yeah, I take allergy stuff, but I literally, like, something was in my nose there. Either way, and of course, find us on social media. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. And, of course, we're across all other social media platforms. I just saw Todd Monken. He is giving his press. First time he's talked today, or for that matter, becoming the new OC for the Ravens. And they were asking about Lamar. It's the biggest thing. I mean, love Todd Monken. No Lamar. Who's your quarterback? I mean, you can be a great quarterback, great coordinator. If you don't have a quarterback, you'll suck. So Lamar, he says, is an elite skilled. He has an elite skill set. He says it's obvious. And then I asked the question, well, why haven't they paid him? I keep hearing all this stuff from the Ravens, Mike. And again, they will probably franchise tag him to try to work out a long-term deal. But you keep getting back to all the things that he is. And if he's all these things, right, publicly is what the organization is saying, then you just wonder, why haven't they paid him? And it gets back to me for they haven't wanted to.
Well, it's funny because when Biscotti, the owner, basically went public and said, Jimmy Haslam, you're a moron, when he gave the Deshaun Watson contract, that guaranteed, that huge 230 guaranteed, you kind of saw where, the line was drawn in the sand. See, the feelings I've got from talking to buddies of ours who live up in Baltimore and do radio is that somehow, some way, they felt, and that's why I kind of echo their sentiments, because I don't know what's going on other than the rumors and the same things we see in pro football talk. But if you had a representation that maybe could have found a way to bridge some of these gaps, that seems like that's where they feel the disconnect comes up. Not having an agent has been maybe the problem in this, because the only guy without an agent is also the only guy who's a major star without a deal.
Yeah, I think that's.
And who's a quarterback? Other position players don't want to pay the 2 to 3%, and I understand that. Nor do we. But I just wonder out loud if that's part of it.
Well, I don't mind paying it if you get what you deserve. I think ultimately, though, if you feel like you can rep yourself in the best way? And I ask this question again. Here, the franchise tag numbers are out, all right? Mm-hmm. We know the numbers. If you franchise tag me, Mike, I'm getting $32 million.
But if I blow my knee out and I'm not the same, it's all I'm going to get. That's why guys want that guaranteed up front. But the Kirk Cousins, if heaven forbid you got to do it 2 years in a row, which is the only way, that's the limit, 2 years. And it's the top five, average of the top five at the position, but still you don't want to get franchised.
No. But my point is, that's the low end.
Yeah.
I know what the market is. You know what the high end is. That's Deshaun. That's Aaron Rodgers. It's $50 a year. So somewhere between 32 and 50 is the market. Let's get the years. This is just not that hard. I'm getting back to the agent thing. This is not a situation where you go, okay, what are we up against?
That's pretty slated. I mean, it's pretty much
slated.
Unless the Ravens had a mean on about the guaranteed portion of it. And then, that's on them. The onus is on the Ravens to figure this deal out. They move out, again, Todd Monken's now the OC. The Roman was the OC. That was the guy that was there the 3 or 4 years. He won the MVP. So, and then you talk about, look, I've always been an advocate for getting the guy more playmakers. I've always felt they don't do many favors in the draft, kind of like the way the Packers have helped not helped Aaron Rodgers and the skill position players, too.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fascinating. Again, plenty of time still to work out a deal. We'll get into this franchise tag window, which opens today, and what it means. If we wanted to do that for Caleb McGarry as we started the show, it's going to cost us $18 million, $18.2. If you franchise tag Caleb McGarry, that's what he's going to get next season. You didn't pick up his fifth-year option, and he wasn't making that.
Right. And now the thing is, if you say we're going to go draft a tackle, guys immediately go, I thought we need edge rush. Yes, we still need edge rush, and the premium position is defensive tackle in free agency. So you would go get a DT, hypothetically, Carl, but then maybe you'd say, I'll get it off the tree, and I'll go get somebody who's considered a level of like the Penei Sewell, and there's a couple of big tackles that would be there for us at 8. Or maybe we trade down, too.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Not sexy at all. The fans won't like it, but it's something we'll need.
And by the way, it's a big decision for Terry Fontenot, because if you do decide to do this, and then you pay what the market is, right? Mike mentioned $90 million, $85 million. I say give me 4 for $50, which is under market value. If you overpay and he's not as good for the next few years, guess who's gonna be killing him? On the radio.
Right.
And saying, why did you sign Caleb McGarry for this amount of money when you went in with doubts and you knew?
We had a guy in the 2008, and Thomas Dimitroff had a couple of really good draft classes, and arguably his best was his first with Matt Ryan. And it was it Sam Baker, the tackle? Sam Baker was one of these guys, Carl, who would be unhealthy, then he'd get healthy, and he got the contract, then he's unhealthy again. And he was very exasperating and similar in his own way to what Caleb McGarry has been for us. So there's where the hesitancy is. You just laid it out. Give this guy some guaranteed loot when I had to pull the rug out from under him to get the most out of him last year.
Yeah, it's just, that's the thing. It concerns me. I'm not saying they won't do it, because it may be more difficult to go find a replacement if you don't want to do it in the draft and you feel like you have other pressing needs. We're going to see what the Falcons want to do.
Final thought on this, he's also considered the 3rd best tackle, which shows you how lean the market is.
4th.
Yeah, well, it depends on who you read. The nerds at PFF had him at 3rd.
4th. You can't be 3rd if I'm questioning your pass blocking. He's the 4th best tackle available, I think, in the marketplace. Either way, Mike, somebody's going to overpay for him. Somebody's going to overpay for him. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins. Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
All right, we talked about the Braves. Let's talk about this pitch clock, because Max Fried was asked about it, and here's what he said about trying to get used to it.
Never pitch with a pitch clock. It's obviously something that's going to be a learning curve, but I'm excited to get out there for just some spring games, whether it's even just shorter outings, just to get a feel of it with the crowd and with things moving around, people on base, of managing the clock and all the other things that kind of go along with it. So it's definitely going to be an adjustment, but I'm glad that we're going to have a month and a half to be able to figure it out before games start.
Kind of forgot how laid back Max is.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's been a while since we've heard him. We hadn't heard him in months, but playoffs. He comes back. I'm like, I forgot how laid back Max is.
He's California cool, never too high, never too low.
Let's hear Tiger Woods. Everybody was wondering how he felt after the tournament. Mike and I were talking about it. I didn't see as much as I wanted to over the weekend. Was busy and doing things, but Jon Rahm wins the tournament. Jon Rahm's on fire, by the way. He's crushing it.
He's won 3. He's won 3 tournaments in Southern California, Hawaii. He's just killing it. You're right.
And Tiger, if he's getting ready for the Masters, which everybody just kind of assumes he is, was asked about, okay, what's the issue? Like, you can hit the ball. We're seeing you hit the ball where you want to hit it.
Well, I can hit balls. I can chip and putt. I can do that part. It's the time under attention of walking, doing, hills, or even this I was explaining earlier, the adrenaline dump of playing in competition. That's something that I'm as I said, I'm very good at simulating that because of all the past experiences I've had of coming off of surgeries and having to come back. But it's still never quite the same. And
so I can hit balls. It's the walking part. It's the 4 days of which, Mike, he could play great in the first 2 rounds, and then his body just may fail him. We don't know. Like, he may be struggling to get around in rounds 3 and 4 in these majors that he's going to play in.
And
I can hit balls.
Got to work on my putts. That's going in the computer, by the way. That's going to click that one away. The thing with Tiger is now you gotta build up and find a way to manage your body for the Masters, because Augusta, the way it's built, sets up for his game, as we know. Yep. Hilly, as we all know, if you've ever been out there. But you've got to figure, depending on the locations of what the British Open is, the PGA, and what the U.S. Open is, this will always be his best shot. So if he can kind of, speaking of load management, now here's where load management actually makes sense and is actually needed, is Tiger with his legs. So how does he find a way to do this? As he says, it's his team. He's got physio people working on him basically as soon as he gets off the course. So let's hope he can make a run. But as we said, never say never. But that accident changed everything.
It did. I actually believe, Mike, he was on this way up this trajectory, and the accident happened, and it brought him back down, and now he's back up, and he's trying to climb, but it's become more difficult because of his body. We're going to see, guys, more on what Tiger had to say about his tournament coming off the weekend. Genesis Invitational again. John Rahm, the winner. Mike, where were the stars for the Daytona 500?
They're all on a tow truck because they all wrecked. Yeah, and that was, or their cars had enough duct tape on it, Carl. It looked like some hoopty guy see driving on 85. This is what we saw at the every other Daytona 500. Now 3 in a row. No disrespect to the Michael McDowells of the world or et cetera, but there's a lot of folks out there that want to see the big names win. NASCAR is kind of in that same part of their trajectory where the NBA was after Michael Jordan left, okay? Dale Earnhardt Jr. doesn't race anymore. Jimmy Johnson was in this race, but he's just kind of doing one-off. But you don't really have the super-duper star. Harvick's getting long in the tooth. Tony Stewart's in the broadcast booth. To me, there's a bunch of guys that all look like they're in a boy band, and they're almost interchangeable. The way they sound, the way they look. Other than maybe one guy wearing a cowboy hat, they're all the same kind of driver. So in this case, a guy that was probably more famous than anything for dating Danica Patrick, Ricky Stenhouse, wins the Daytona 500 after they wreck out half the field, and it's basically last man standing. And even then, you get wreck after wreck after wreck because, Carl, with plate races, the cars are all bunched together. Even though they've done a lot to try to make the racing better, it's the same things you'll see at Talladega. They've also got to figure a way to redesign this. It's not what I showed up for. And maybe this is the reason why it took Dale Earnhardt so long to finally win one. The best drivers don't win plate races necessarily.
Mike, it's interesting you say they're looking for this star power, but yet, it felt like coming off of 2020, watching all of these guys come together with the Bubba stuff. And like, they have it. I want you to hear Ricky real quick. He talked about winning. Daytona 500, they consider it's the Super Bowl, right? It kicks off the season. But I'm kind of with Mike on this when you talk about the guy. Who are you cheering for? Now, if you're a hardcore NASCAR fan, obviously we're not talking to you. But, guys, the fringe fans are the ones that are going to help bring the ratings up. Those are the guys that are going to show up to races that they normally don't go to. And Mike's saying the only way you get those people is you've got a guy that people either love or they hate, or this guy wins all the time. I don't know if NASCAR has that right now. Here's Ricky.
This is unbelievable. This is the site of my last win back in 2017. We worked really hard. We had a couple shots last year to get a win and fell short. It was a tough season, but, man, we got it done. Daytona 500.
Yeah, Bowman, who had the pole, he finished 5th. Joey Logano, who some people like or don't like, some guys some people root against, he did finish 2nd. So those are some names. But unfortunately, Carl, it was a lot of guys. Unless you're a hardcore NASCAR fan, you really didn't know who those dudes were on that last lap.
Coming up, one of our listeners blames LeBron. We're going to explain. Headlines brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. It's Dukes and Bell.
to more Dukes and Bell.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
I love it. Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. That is Anthony Edwards with the Minnesota T-Wolves. Mike, I did a big thing this weekend, over the weekend on the national show where I talked about Adam Silver saying this is not an issue. He actually said over the weekend in Utah that load management is something that the NBA doesn't see as an issue. You have your own players saying it's an issue. And one of the things that stands out is if you go through the decades, in the 70s, the only guy to win the MVP who didn't play at least 80 games, this is even hard to imagine, is Bill Walton. Everybody else who won an MVP in the 70s, from 70 to 79, played 80 or more games, which is 82.
And we looked it up.
Then you go to the 80s, and it starts to dip a little bit, but at least 70% of the players who won MVPs played in at least 75 games or more. Then you get to the 90s, and all of a sudden, Mike, we're being more cautious with injuries. Fast forward to where we are now. The pendulum has gone too far this way. I have no issues with guys resting, but when you start talking about the complete other side of this, where guys are missing games purposely and cheating the fans, us, to Anthony Edwards' point, where I paid a lot of money to go to these games. Mike has been in this situation, and you pay a lot to go, and then all of a sudden you get there and Star's not playing.
And I know that it's difficult to, if you're looking for data, I went back to the 2018-2019 season because the COVID year, obviously that kind of threw everything for a loop, Carl. 19-20, we didn't get a full season, and there was obviously restrictions, et cetera. So I went back to 18-19. Only 3 of the top 10 scorers played more than 75 games that season. And it varies anywhere from 72 to 64 to 55 to 64. So a lot of guys are not even coming close to getting you 82. So, and I just felt, as we said, a guy who, it depends on where you are, economically. If you're trying to get your family to a game, some guys, and I get this, we're lucky enough to go and have season tickets for a couple of teams, but some dudes, they might be 1 or 2 games a year they get to go to. And especially if you want to see LeBron, I've seen LeBron no show. I've seen Anthony Edwards no show. Yeah. and those are times that I went a little heavy on the ticket selection. Sitting behind Dr. J was awesome. And I love Dr. J, but I also want to see the guys I paid to see him before.
I agree, man. And I think, Mike, that's most people in this economy.
Right.
That's most people. Dad, can we go to a game? Pick one. Pick 2 at the most. Like, seriously, I think that's most people. For those people who don't have the ends and the extra income to go to these games, and then you go and the guy that you're paying to see is not playing, I've got a big problem with that.
Right. Now, so if you're somebody that maybe you got lucky enough to get in on tickets for Golden State, for instance, your kid wants to see Steph Curry.
No doubt.
It's one thing Klay Thompson has been dealing with injuries over his career. Maybe your kid's a little crazy. He wants to see Draymond Green, and Draymond taps out. Whoever the guy is you want to see. And that's just it. They have to be a star player. And I hate to say it, but I'll say it, it's 2 times in the first hour. Yeah, I saw Bernard King a lot, man, playing with fingers all taped up, and the dude's limping. He's out there, and he play you 75, 76
and
games.
He was going to score, too.
And he was going to score baseline, unstoppable baseline, Jay. Getting back to what you said about Adam Silver, the NFL, I don't want to sound like that guy because you and I lobby every day on this radio. You cannot pay NFL players too much money because those guys, their bodies get beat up, and we know the cost. NBA is a little bit different. And I think Adam Silver is delusional because now the players who already get 51%, they've got way too much control now.
So Jonathan Walker, one of our listeners, was saying, as we were talking about the slam dunk contest, and we were off yesterday, guys, so coming off of a big weekend, lots of stuff happened. Obviously, the NBA All-Star Game. Hawks don't play again until Friday. So one of the...
Load management and a 9-day vacation.
Let's hope they're fresh. Okay, let's hope we don't start slow, Nate. But LeBron, Jonathan Walker says, LeBron started this blank by not doing the contest one time in his 20 years. And the only thing I can say is, and Jonathan goes on to say, McClung winning Saturday night, you can't forget it now when it comes to the stars participating. I do think pride plays a role in this, Mike. you're one of, if not the biggest stars in the league, as LeBron ascended to that, and you lose the dunk contest. The big problem for me is there have been guys and stars who have lost in years past. Hell, Dominique lost to Michael Jordan.
Right.
It happens. You participate, you put on the show. That is one of the most controversial dunk contests in the history of dunk contests because it probably should have gone to Neek, but who cares if you lose? Like, that is part of this, Jonathan. I'm with you. You're saying because LeBron set the precedent for stars to not participate, now you have guys that just like, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, yeah, I could, but why would I do that if there's a chance of me losing? And I think that's in the back of their mind, and it sucks because losing is just a part of it. Other great players have lost in the past.
And that's just it. I mean, like John Morant. With all due respect to Mac McClung, I want to see John Morant in the slam dunk contest.
Great call.
And if John Morant has made that move up again as one of the super athletic players and everyone loves him, yeah, he makes it 1 or 2 appearances and you never see him again in the slam dunk contest. And that's one that drives me crazy. Like, I don't expect LeBron at this stage of his career, but I still would have seen a little bit more LeBron when he was, a little more ambulatory.
Oh, for sure.
And by the way, LeBron, if you hadn't been watching him lately, he's been putting on dunk shows, and you saw it in the All-Star game. I mean, LeBron was throwing it down in the All-Star game. He was throwing it off the backboard. You can't give me one round of that? I'll watch that. I had no interest in watching this.
Turtle, did you just say to me that Ja is not ever going to participate? When did this come out?
Yeah, so he did an interview with Taylor Rooks of Bleacher Report this weekend, and during the interview, she got it out of him that he will never, quote-unquote, participate in the dunk contest. You will have to come see me play. That's what he said.
First of all, shout out to Taylor. She's doing a great job. Second, Mom listens to the show. Hi, Mom. Third, why? Like, this is the issue.
But this is why, I mean, like, as we said, and you think that this commissioner's got a handle on this? Adam Silver, I mean, I get it. There's some bad commissioners out there. The NHL commissioner's a stooge. He's been that way for 30 years. You know how I feel about Goodell. But, I mean, Silver, you got to be able to back this up. This is an issue. Your own players are talking about this. Anthony Edwards is talking about it. You hear guys talking about it on broadcast nationally, covering different teams around the league. Yeah. Guys who played in this league. So, I mean, to me, that's your head in the sand, brother. And that's the only thing that would screw things up. We just talked about the demographics, younger people, the attendance, TV numbers. Only thing that can hurt this is your stars not playing more often.
I love Sir James's response. He says, put him up, C. Dukes. I feel like if a player chooses to load manage, it can only be in their home games. You can't go on the road and have load management. Now, that's great. That's a great idea. That is something I think would be acceptable for the players. If Denver comes here once, and I'm now watching the 2-time MVP and Joker, who could be having his 3rd MVP campaign, Mike, and he's on the road and doesn't show up at State Farm, that's disappointing. If Joker wants to rest at home, so be it.
Make these guys play because you've already let the cat out of the bag. Make these guys play because you've already let the cat out of the bag. Horses out of the barn. Pick your animal, Carl. It's too late.
You can if you tie it to season awards where guys get paid. You can't be the MVP unless you play a certain amount of games or minutes. And
Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hope you had a great weekend. Happy Fat Tuesday. It's Dukes and Bell. Mardi Gras underway. We were talking when we started the show today what we might be trying to give up. Now, you said you were going to give up what?
Yeah, I want to give up fast food, but the problem is Moe's is my most definitions fast food. I mean, you still got to walk in. There is a drive-through for the Moe's locations, but, still the guy's preparing it. But, again, they're preparing burgers. Yeah, it's fast food. I lose that argument. I hate to give up Moe's. It's my go-to,
Yeah. No, it's easy.
I know.
Quick.
Yeah.
Good.
That's why we're a fast food nation. We live for this stuff. All right. Moe's is out. Sorry, Moe's. To my guy downstairs, I will try it today, starting today, and we'll see. SquidBilly's already rolling his eyes behind the glass because he knows where this is going. A man with no discipline attempts something that requires discipline for 40 days.
Yeah, it's tough. I was talking about sugar, and the more I thought about how much it was in my life, because I got to thinking about this earlier today, and I was like, and then I was like, all right, how about chicken? Like fried chicken, no fried chicken. Okay, I could do that because I don't eat it that often. When I eat it, it's like once every now and then and I devour it. And then I was thinking about, Mike, all right, cocktails. Then you brought up the fact that, St. Patty's Day is coming up. And you're like, yeah, right in the middle of this thing, I'll be rolling. It's not about giving up cocktails. That's easy for me. But then everybody else is one. Hey, you want to drink? The neighbors.
I've told the story a million times to you. My father used to give up booze for Lent. Now, not his whole life, for the last couple of years, and he still died at 51, but he gave up booze for Lent, Carl. As my mom used to say, your father gives up alcohol, and we all suffer for it.
Yeah, exactly. Because he was miserable.
Please, Dad, just have a little Jameson. Take the edge off. Come on, what do you say?
I was having a drink in my car, kids. Yeah, so we'll figure it out, but we'll tell you what we're going to try to give up. Meanwhile, coming up here in about 20 minutes, we're going to talk about one Brave that needs to show up big this season. And part of it is he hadn't played well the last two. He played better at the end of last season, but he's got some work to do. And him owning what the problem has been, I thought was a revelation. We're going to get into that in 20 minutes here on Dukes and Bell. Hit us up, guys. We'd love to hear from you. Sir James is getting a lot of response about his do what you want at home if you're in the NBA, but if you're on the road, do not load manage. You're cheating us. I agree with you, and I think it's a reasonable solution. We're going to see if the NBA really addresses it. They got a new CBA they got to come up and get done here with about a month.
And a couple of guys hit us up on the text line, and they agree. No one likes this. Everybody wants to see the Stars play, and it is really, you can look it up. Now, we're making this up. We're not lost. Carl and I haven't lost our memory to the prism of 30 years ago. You can go online and see how many games Michael Jordan played or Kobe played or anybody else. It's just, how do you, with the new CBA, put performance and game played into the contract when this thing has kind of gotten so far down the road? I think there'd be pushback from the union on it.
Yeah, I do too. I think no one thought this was going to become such an issue, so it wasn't a big deal. And you know what happened in the NBA? Everybody do the right thing. Everybody, all these coaches, the players, they'll do the right thing. And then everybody's not doing the right thing.
Well, I mean, I'll get real quick. I know we got to get to the Blitz, but the one example for here in Atlanta, yeah, you're a player. I mean, you're a fan. You want to see your players play for your home team. Trey, the game, which, you were on vacay, but you had tickets. I was doing the show with Triple. It was a Nets game. It was a big game. I believe ESPN was here. It was a big national game. And that was the game where Trey had the calf contusion.
Yeah, we were there.
Calf bruise.
Yeah.
That's what a contusion is, right? I mean, it's hard for most people to get around that one, and that's where you pile it on Trey. No, it seemed like a weak sauce excuse on a really big game against a conference opponent.
That was
we definitely need a break.
Well, you got one. That was the game where the kid sit next to me and he was like, "Is Trey playing?" And I was like, "Hold on, he'll be out here in a minute. Give him a second, kid. He's coming." And then the game started. He was like, "I don't see Trey." I was like, "Well," and now I'm making excuses. Well, maybe he's getting taped up. And then he comes out after, and the kid's like, he's on the bench. And I'm like, yeah, but he's not dressed up.
Yeah, and that's a game where DeJounte did the best he could. And that's where I've asked the question to you, and you said it, it ain't the way it works. In the NBA, either you dress and you play or you don't. You don't see a guy like in the NFL play 20 plays or try to give it a go. They just either do or they don't.
All right, guys, more to get to. Find out what Brave we're talking about here in 20 minutes. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
It is franchise tag day. At least the window opens. Doesn't mean that teams will do it today necessarily, but teams can use the franchise tag or transition tag between now, starting at 4 p.m. through March 8th, and any player who receives the tag will be eligible to continue negotiating a long-term deal with their team through July 15th. So you get tagged between now and the 8th of March. It just simply means we're going to continue to work on a long-term deal.
You just don't get to talk to anyone else.
Correct. Now, what do you do if you're the Falcons? Because there's only one guy, and it's Caleb McGarry. If you want to re-sign him, and whether he is the third or fourth best tackle, the fact is he's one of the best tackles available.
Right.
And he's your guy. Do you franchise tag him, knowing that if you can't work out a long-term deal, he's going to make $18 million this year? Now, for many of you, it may not sound like much, but I don't know if Caleb McGarry is an $18 million player, and now you're paying him the top 5 average of his position. I don't think he's that.
Yeah, he's not a Pro Bowler, but he is because, as you said, every year in free, we see it. We watch teams. Oh my God, so and so paid how much for who? But that's the way. If you have a need, and the need is a tackle, there are only 4 or 5 guys that have starting experience that are in their prime, i.e., they're not on the wrong side of 30. And that's why McGarry would get that kind of coin. That's why it's funny. The 49ers free agent, same position, is just a slightly better version based on scouting. But that's why we may just have to bite the bullet. I think. You know what my gut tells me?
What's that?
We will sign a deal to McGarry. McGarry will get a contract.
He'll get a contract.
Yeah. That's what my gut tells me.
If they sign him for 4 for $50, I'm good.
Yeah, but that's almost you and me.
I'm good.
Yes, man, you know what, Dansby? Call up McGarry and ask him to give a hometown discount.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't get the hometown discount when you don't pick up the 5th-year option.
Yeah, and the other part of this is because offensive linemen are set at such a premium for teams around the league. It's not just the good teams. There will be somebody the team that has money, okay, we're in a position where we have money, will be able to offer maybe more. And so this becomes now a situation where if you're McGarry, you can probably go for somewhere else and get more. If you're the Falcons, Mike, there's 2 plans here, guys. Franchise tag him, to Mike's point. You work out a deal, you give him 4 years, whatever the value is, and you keep it moving. Or you don't. And, Mike, part of your draft plan is we're going to go get another offensive tackle in this draft, and we're going to do it fairly early. We're not going to wait. If you feel like Ritter's your guy, we're not worried about quarterback.
Right.
So you can do this fairly early.
Yeah. Now, again, Fontenot is not Thomas, and we understand that, but the last time we went with an offensive lineman first round, 2019 with Chris Lindstrom. And we did then go back into the final or next to last pick to get Caleb McGarry. So that was a commitment to offensive line. But since then, it's been mostly skill position players.
All right. That is the situation. By the way, any quarterback that you hear gets franchised, like Daniel Jones, that's $32 million if they can't work out a long-term deal. Running backs at $10 million. So if you franchise Saquon Barkley, $10 million, that's what he's going to get this season if you can't work out a long-term deal.
And I think they have to, because if you're going to stick with that quarterback, the only way that quarterback does anything is with that guy behind him.
I agree. Quarterback's more important, so they probably franchise Daniel Jones and then just pay Saquon Barkley.
Boy, is that the definition of tagging somebody and holding your nose while you do it? Because he's finally stepped up, but he's been the bare minimum.
It is. And just to put this in perspective, the O-line, right, across the board, like if you franchise a guy, it's $18 million. And again, top 5 of the best salaries, top 5 salaries. Corner is also 18. So the best corners, Bradbury, or one of these guys that you might want to try to keep, you're going to franchise tag him, and at least he's getting $18 million. But more than likely, the corners, the best corners in the league, Mike, we've seen it. They're getting 25 or more now.
So I know a lot of guys. SquidBilly brought this up back before the season was over. Deron Payne was one of those guys we thought might be a nice fit, defensive tackle. Just to give you an idea of what you're paying for defensive tackles, to your point, is the same kind of money, $18 million. That's the franchise tag is for DTs.
For him, yeah, because he's one of the top. There's no doubt he's going to command $20 million a year. There's no doubt about it.
This is the bare minimum for your franchise tag. No. We're going to have next year, somebody will have a new franchise tag number based on how much these guys all get raises in free agency.
Let's hear Joel Corey. He's a capologist. He was on our morning show talking about Caleb McGarry and whether or not he believes he's going to receive the franchise tag.
I don't think you franchise him because an $18 million franchise tag is more than his multi-year market value. You try to get a deal done. The 5th-year option for $13.202 million was rightfully turned down last year. The most recent data point in the marketplace for right tackles is Jack Conklin's $15 million per year extension he signed right before the end of the regular season with the Browns. So something along those lines would probably make sense for him, and you could have a much lower cap number than you would have on a franchise tag or even the 5th-year option he's not playing on.
4 for $50. That's where I'm at. That's why. You pay this, you're overpaying, and if you give him this per year on a 4-year deal, you're definitely overpaying.
See, the thing is, if you give McGarry that money, you've also got to think about the fullback or running back is going to be behind him, chipping the guy that's trying to block. See, that's also when you're in pass protection. See, that's why I have a hard time signing off on that.
Mike, I don't know. Turtle, maybe Beau, you guys know. Is Aaron Rodgers out of this closet thing? He's out?
It's been at least 4 days.
Is he alive? Do we know?
Not to use a biblical reference, do they roll the rock out and see if he's still there?
Is he okay? Has somebody witnessed Aaron Rodgers?
What we're all waiting to see is if he's going to make an appearance on Pat McAfee.
All right.
So
Okay,
we'll see probably tomorrow.
Well, the reason why I bring it up, he did his darkness retreat.
Yes. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Bob McGinn, who's been covering the Packers for a long time, this is what he said about Green Bay and Rodgers. He thinks this relationship is over.
My own instincts and knowing the NFL and knowing what happens after all these defeats and discussions with someone who just firsthand knowledge of this organization's of the Packers internal debates, that they are done with Rodgers. That's the way it is right now, that he's not coming back. I mean, they're disgusted with him and they're done with him and they're moving on. And this is going to involve money and a trade partner and all kinds of things. But I'm totally convinced he will not be their starting quarterback this year.
Wow. And again, this isn't a guy in California. This is a guy in Wisconsin talking about this team he covers.
Disgusted with him? Maybe disgusted with all the over-the-top antics, right? That's maybe what he's talking about. I don't know how you can be disgusted with the guy who won the MVP 2 years ago twice, but all this stuff that you have to deal with, Mike, it gets old.
Well, he made them go get Randall Cobb, and because he wasn't really sold on the wide receiver core, he always has there's always a project player, a tight end or somebody he always wants around. I mean, it's hard if you're being just cold and analytical about it, just look at the facts. You blew your window with those 2 NFC championships, and now it's diminishing returns. And then last year, with the season on the line, he couldn't make the throws you needed him to. He made those mistakes. Against the 49ers, Aaron Rodgers did not generate the magic you needed in the divisional loss 2 years ago. So do you say, let him be the Jets' problem, and we'll go bank some picks, and we'll get back to work? It might not be the worst idea.
No. Here's the other reason. I mean, we're kind of talking about this one-sided. You're going to pay Aaron what he's making, and you're also going to pick up the 5th-year option for Love and pay him $20 million? You're telling me you're paying $70 million for quarterbacks? It doesn't make any sense, Mike. It makes no sense. I get the Aaron contract, which is why McGinn was talking about a trade and a trade partner, but that is just dumb to have that much money allocated for a guy who's not even going to play sitting on the bench.
So now you wait and see. There's a lot of. I think this is going to be one of the most exciting, compelling. I think last year was too, between free agency, potential trades before the draft went down. There a lot of movement. Cowboys in the mix now. Are they intrigued with C.J. Stroud? Are they just throwing that out there? Now again, they'd have to move up from 26 to get there. And Jerry's obviously, he's made some great draft picks, but the team is speaking about a team that's missed its window. The Cowboys are floundering. And you don't want to flounder, Carl. They're floundering, And then would you trade Dak? And who would take Dak? And what would you get in return for Dak? Even if you wanted to entertain this idea.
I get back to Dallas. It's the coaching situation. I don't think it's the players.
No, I'm with you 100%. Man.
I think they got the guys. They just haven't put it together. It's Dukes and Bell. It's our NFL Blitz, brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Hey, introductory press conferences today. We'll let you hear more of this. We're hoping to grab a couple of cuts just because of Todd Monken's connection to Georgia. He's now with the Ravens. First time he's been interviewed there and talking about what he wants to do. But also Vic Fangio, Mike, he was talking about, hey, I know I'm getting up there, but I got a lot of coaching left in me. I'm going to be all right.
I still have a lot of coaching left in me. It's not like I'm thinking about retirement or anything. Somebody asked, how much longer are you going to do this? I don't know. It might be 10 years if they'll have me here for 10 years. It's just who I am, what I do, what I enjoy doing. I like the competition. I like teaching players. I like to see players improve as individuals. And putting something together is challenging and fulfilling.
Dolphins.
Yeah, you can do it forever. And the Dolphins have a really great defense. Young, they're all over the place. The corners are really athletic too. I mean, think about it. I mean, Monty Kiffin, Lane Kiffin's dad, was doing it in the NFL, forever. And he's now 82. You know, these guys are stuck around. Wade Phillips did it for years. So, I mean, you're the KG. We just had a guy here in Atlanta that I thought did a really nice job making lemonade out of lemons. So you can get it done. You're not after doing the whole thing. You got your little world to control, right?
No, it's true. I don't think age, unless a guy just mentally has lost it, age is not the determining factor. Hey, coming up, what if I told you he said he didn't work as hard as he needed to? Would it bug you? It's Dukes and Bell.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up. Driven in by Ozuna. Coming up in 10 minutes, yeah, man, no, man. That seems like it was a long time ago, right? When you felt the energy when Marcell Ozuna was at the plate and you felt like something special was going to happen. Well, there's a reason. Marcell Ozuna showed up for spring training over the weekend and said that his mind was clear and that his arm is strong and he's ready to do his best. And I feel that. We still owe him a lot of money. We've already paid him, I think, $28 million in the first 2 years of this deal we signed him. But the last 2 years, in my opinion, have been a waste with Marcell Ozuna. Part of it has been his issues, right, off the field and the team having to deal with that. But they stayed the course. And look, people have issues. It happens, whatever. But Mike, when he said, and I'm quoting, if you are not working and you don't do what you need to do, you're going to be down. So that's what happened the last couple of years. He's admitting that he didn't do the work necessary to be great. Now, I could take this one of two ways. I could say, Marcell Ozuna, he's done some reflecting. This is great, Mike. You know what? He's going to be a better player this year. Or I could take it as, why haven't the hell you been doing the work that you need to do? We're paying you a lot of money. And, 3 seasons ago, we thought you were going to be the Triple Crown winner in that 60-game season where you balled out and we said it's worth taking a risk on paying this guy. This is a guy we're counting on, and he's admitting that he hadn't been working the last 2 years?
Yeah. We got this year, we got next year at $16 million, and then there's the club option in 20. We can finally get out from under this Marcell Ozuna contract. And for the record, I was one of the people lobbying for Marcell Ozuna to get the deal because I remember when he was a pretty good fielding outfielder. But this goes back to what he said. He was a good fielding outfielder. He was not the butcher you see in the outfield, Carl, when he came up with the Marlins. And maybe sometime in St. Louis, he forgot how to play the outfield. But now when a guy does say that, and I lobbied for the guy, he actually sent a nice personalized jersey thanking me for him lobbying for him to get the contract. So I don't know. It's been a star-crossed run ever since the off-field issues with his wife and then everything else. So, yeah, whatever this guy can do, the best thing can happen for the Braves is this guy gets off to a hot start and you can dump him at the trade deadline.
Mark Bowman reports that Ozuna also said his recent issues had a lot to do with his throwing woes. And that's why he said, my mind is clear, my arm is strong. Inflammation that continued to bother him after he missed most of 2021. So, okay, that's a physical.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that
a physical ailment, shoulder. When you start looking at the numbers, as Bowman did with the throws at the speed and the rate of speed, okay, it looks like the number from 2020 and 2021, it was a little bit up, and then 2022, certainly. But I just don't know if I like the idea. And listen, I'm going to forgive him. He had issues going on, but I don't know if I like the idea of him saying, if you are not working and you don't do what you need to do, you're going to be down. Well, what work were you missing?
Yeah. And you and I talked about it at the time. For those who don't remember, as Matt Olson was kind of in a slump, one of the things that did pick you up to help win the division is this guy, Marcell Ozuna, batted .310 in September, Carl. And he batted .3, and again, small sample size, but he did bat .350, .364 in the games in October.
Yeah, he was heating up.
Yeah. So you're hoping there's some momentum there. He did go 0 for 8. Nobody hit against the Phillies. We know that. But you're hoping there's some momentum. They're like, you got them. They're paying them a lot of loot, but you'd like to get some kind of return on the investment before they finally just throw up their hands and say, good luck. You're Dan Ugla. Goodbye.
Well, I mean, you said it. 2 more seasons. Basically, the player option or the club option, if he plays like anything like he's played here these last couple of seasons, that's not happening. We may not even get there.
But you're on the hook for at least 2 more years.
Yeah, and that is why if he's playing well and he's hot, it wouldn't surprise me if Alex Anthopoulos tried to move him. It wouldn't surprise me, especially the way that they've gone with this youth movement, Mike, where you're basically giving all these young guys opportunities. I do think they feel like they've got some more choices potentially for that particular position. And be honest, with the addition now of Sean Murphy, the platoon at catcher, and somebody else has got a DH.
Yeah, and I love having Little D as a DH. That's fine by me.
Yeah, somebody's got a DH. So you have options. It's not like, but if Marcell Ozuna isn't hitting this year, forget about it. Because this to me is the cherry on top. When you own the fact that, well, I could have been better, but I haven't been because I hadn't been putting in the work, and that's what's changed this season.
Hey, let me ask you a question. The last 2 years for our man, Ronald Acuna, it's been just over 200 games combined. That was pre-COVID. COVID season don't count. So the last time we saw him really going to work was 156 games because of injury. That was 2019.
Yep.
Is Ronald Acuna going to be? I'll give you an abstract number. How about top 4, top 5 for the MVP? Is this a year where Acuna just finally puts it all together, stays healthy, and drive, this team gets on his back?
Listen, he is an MVP candidate every year he's healthy. I don't know if we realized how encumbersome it would be to recover from the injury for him. We think of him as like the perfect athlete, right? He got hurt. We were like, damn, and it'll be back. Everybody's, oh, he'll be back. And it took a lot longer for him to feel right. Remember at the end of the season last year, he was like, I just haven't felt right. If he's healthy, Mike, he's in the MVP conversation, hands down. He's going to steal, and I said this, with the bases now being a little bit big, he's going to get to 40. I really believe that. It's still a goal for him. He was this close a couple of seasons back. So you're talking about 40 stolen bases. You're talking about the home run power and pop. You're talking about, the idea of Ronald Acuna and his average being up, still being at the top of the lineup. I love it. I think absolutely if he's healthy, he's an MVP candidate.
He was 12th in MVP of the year. He won Rookie of the Year. He was 5th that season I talked about in 2019, to your point, in the MVP voting. So this would be the year, man. Everybody healthy. Ozzy we didn't mention it. Ozzy Albies being healthy for the whole season, too, avoiding the injury bug. And that's what, you put so much faith in this lineup. There's a cool picture I saw today. I think it was Grant McCauley who posted it. It's Michael Harris and Ronald Acuna. And if Money Mike picks up, and Acuna, who looked like Roberto Clemente playing down in Venezuela, he was unbelievable down there. So hopefully this is going to be, the Mets can spend more money than anybody, but you still got to be clutch.
Coming up, Grant McCauley is going to join us a little bit later on in the show. We'll talk to him about all things Braves. Full squad down there now. And as we said, Marcell Ozuna reporting this weekend and being interviewed for the first time. He hasn't really spoken a lot. When you talk about how much we've heard from him, even after the incident, Mike, we didn't hear a whole lot from him. He was just there. And, I remember Snit saying, if he's here, I'm going to play him. Right? And that's kind of what happened with Marcell Ozuna. But he's definitely got to be better. That is one guy going into the season. We can talk about all this other stuff. I need to see improvement from him. 404-741-0929.
Another story coming out of spring training down at Northport, a guy that everybody has high hopes for. I don't know how you'd say high expectations. You got hope for Mike Soroka. Now, Michael Soroka. Hamstring injury, just simply say, what happens to everybody. But because, DeGrom is going through the same thing. They had to shut him down with the Rangers. But the last thing he said, talking to reporters, called it a kick in the groin. Not like not the pain, but like the analogy is like getting kicked in the nuts. The fact that he's got to shut it down for a hamstring right now.
Yeah, just bad luck, right? The timing of it is fine because you still have plenty of spring training to get back and be ready for the season. But it's like he can't get out of his own way, and it's no fault of his own. This is one of those things, Mike. It's like the injury, you're just pitching. Okay, it happens. And then you're pitching, and then the injury happens again, and you're like, okay, and now you're coming back, and hey, I've done all this rehab, and now I have a setback. Yeah. It just sucks.
You don't want to, we always say he's like Goose in Top Gun. You're hoping things are going to turn out okay because this guy battling with Kyle Wright for the 5th spot in the lineup, everybody would love to see it, be the comeback player, and this guy could win 14 or 15 games. Everybody be going bananas. Speaking of Kyle Wright, Grant McCauley had this the other day. He won't be ready for the start of the exhibition season. This happened, I think it was 2 days ago. Cortisone injection in the shoulder. So it's going to take him a minute to get on track.
Yeah, I think some of this stuff, and here's the good news about Soroka, by the way. Let me say this. We don't need him to start the season. Mike, he can work his way into this rotation and get his way back. I'll be honest with you guys. If we told me right now that we might not see the best of Mike Soroka until the halfway point, I'd be fine with that. Season's long. He doesn't need to be ready at the beginning of the season. I just need to know, is he going to be reliable after the midway point where we start to say, okay, this is what this rotation looks like, and can we count on him maybe for the playoffs?
But this goes back to why in the offseason I was saying, everyone's hoping that Charlie Morton will now go from 4 1/3 to 5 1/3. You're paying him $20 million a year. I still think the Braves need more starting pitching. Mark Bowman says that Kyle Wright, he may be ready for one of the Braves' first 2 series to start the season. So basically no Wright for preseason, for spring training. Yeah. And Soroka is a big question mark. But that's your 5th. Those are the 2 guys supposed to be your 5th starter.
Anderson he should be fine, but it's not like we're at the end of the season. The beauty of this is they don't necessarily have to be ready right now if the season started. And it doesn't. We still got, 6 more weeks or whatever, and then you'll see where they're at. But I don't think the Braves need to be impatient in trying to rush these guys back. Listen, Michael Soroka can help us if he's healthy, but I need him healthy. And that means you don't have to rush him back. If this What is it? A growing injury?
No, it's a hamstring, but it felt like a shot to the groin.
Okay, so this hamstring, and we know this. These hamstrings will pop. These things will pop. I mean, it's like a rubber band. If you stretch, you've got to be very careful about these injuries.
Frustrating though, because I get it. Pitchers and catchers report, and everybody gets on tire 6 weeks to get ready for this season. So it could be worse. You could be the Rangers, and DeGrom's like first day. Oh, wait a minute. And that's a guy you're spending a hell of a lot more money we're spending on these guys.
No doubt about it. Braves fans, what do you think? And what are your expectations for Marcell Ozuna? Chris, let's put a poll up because I want to know what you think. Do you think he bounces back? Guys, in 2021, he almost won the Triple Crown. I mean, it's why we went, yes, we need this guy. It seems like a long time ago, but the last 2 years have been, All right, we'll put up a poll question to Dukes and Bell. We're coming back. Beau Morgan's going to join us next with Yeah Man, No Man. Thanks for all the pictures over the weekend. Long weekend with President's Day. For most of you, enjoying not only an ice-cold Hey Man Ale, the original or watermelon lime, which you can get at any Publix in the state of Georgia. Just ask for it. And also your picks, man. The best picks, hashtag Dukes and Bell Tailgate at Home, went up on Insta. So thank you guys for participating, men and women. Coming back, Beau Morgan next. More NFL conversation is on the way. It is franchise tag period day, at least the day it starts today. It doesn't mean anything as far as the deadline, which is really, if you get franchise tag, we said this, you have until July to work out a long-term deal. But today, if a team was tempted, and it hasn't happened yet because it's not 4, but it starts at 4 o'clock. If you're tempted, Mike, you want to work out a long-term deal with Lamar, you do this, right? And it gives you that exclusive period to do this. We'll see what happens. More on that coming up as we move along today. Grant McCauley in the 5 o'clock hour here on Dukes and Bell. We were talking about the All-Star game if you're just joining us. The All-Star game was fine, okay? But you had players in it in the NBA who were saying, we've got to find a way to make it more competitive. We'll give you our thoughts on it and wait until you hear what Charles Barkley said about it. Right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like we should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
He's 6'1", not really, from Florida, Kennesaw State, and gives rapid fire questions. It's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Beau Morgan. Brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder.
All right, Beau, hope your long weekend was fun. I'm going to beat you to it because the weather was incredible.
Nice.
It was absolutely incredible, Chris, the weather. You know, the worst part about it for me is I only got out once on the golf course.
One day?
One day.
You got a full weekend of great weather, and you only got out one day.
Well, it was a little bit cold for most of the day Saturday.
Okay.
And I had plans at night, and I knew Sunday. Because, see, I think I've said this. Football season, I let projects kind of pile up.
Yeah.
And then during...
That's, honey, I'll get to it when I get to it.
During January, February...
And that's because you're the executive producer of the Falcons Radio Network, and you're so busy traveling every week, right?
Yes. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Yeah, a little envy talking there, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, so I want to get them done in January and February.
Yeah.
That way, when the good weather does come, I can spend all weekend on the golf course without Chris. So
doesn't she owe you though for this whole Titanic thing? Like, what does she owe you, by the way?
SquidBilly had to go sit through Titanic the movie in a theater.
Yeah,
in
what
3D like 10 days ago.
What have you demanded from her?
Nothing. I don't demand things like that. I have demanded her help in these projects. But
so there's no quid pro quo when you do something maybe outside your comfort level.
Nice political term.
Thank you. Yeah, man, a little squid pro quo, man.
You know what I want?
What?
Let me do what I want. If I want to play golf on Saturday, I'm gonna play golf on Saturday. Maybe I want to play golf on Saturday and Sunday. Just don't yell at me. Don't give me crap. Right. See, do favors. You get your way.
69, I think.
Easy. Easy.
All right. Anyways, I don't know where Chris's head is at today. You know, he gets a little full of himself. He got 2 days on the air and a 3-day weekend, and he thinks he's, you know.
Hey, he did an admirable job of filling in for this program.
He did.
On Monday.
He did. One day I let him fill in for my job. You know.
Wow.
But anyway,
I should tell there's a good healthy tension behind the glass. And we continue with Yeah Man, No Man.
So yeah, it was a good weekend. And I knew Sunday was a NASCAR day, man. I had the Mississippi pot roast cooking, and I watched a little Daytona, and threw back a few.
Who are you rooting for? I know you weren't rooting for Ricky.
No, I actually was pulling for Ricky because it was either him or the 22 car, and I didn't want the 22 to win.
Okay.
It really was the lesser of two evils if you're a hardcore NASCAR fan, because nobody really cares about Stenhouse and nobody likes Legato.
I always I like Chase and I like Ryan Blaney. So I like both those guys.
Who was Ricky dating? He was dating
Danica Patrick.
That's
early,
right.
yeah, Danica.
That's right. It just dawned on me. I'm sorry. But that's been over, right?
There are all those great jokes about him and whatever be at Talladega, Daytona. Always Ricky Stenhouse bump drafting Danica down the back stretch.
Okay.
Just remember, Aaron Rodgers, Ricky Stenhouse came before you.
Oh,
easy.
Snap.
Hey, he's got as many Daytona 500 wins as Aaron Rodgers does Super Bowls.
Yeah, but it was the wording, Beau. It was the wording that you just used.
What? He was there first. He dated her first.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
You guys make things dirty. I'm just speaking the English language. That's all I'm doing. All right. I'm gonna. I know you guys have been killing NBA players today.
Probably still pretty wet.
No, just basically saying do your job.
Yeah, well, I'm going to kill a former NBA player because I've got a beef with Jalen Rose.
The Fab Five, Jalen Rose?
Yeah. The Jalen Rose that was married to Molly Kieram.
Yes.
That was over before you knew it, wasn't it?
It was.
She's zesty.
Yeah, so my thing is I think Jalen Rose has lost touch with reality. Like, completely lost touch. And the reason I think that is he was talking, and I found this on Twitter, he was talking about what the average person should pay for a haircut. Chris?
So first off, the minimum you're supposed to be spending for a quality barber is $100. I'm here to defend the sanctuary that is called barbers and beauticians. You know, so many guys and people out there think y'all gonna show up and get a fly haircut and y'all gonna spend $35. Y'all gonna go to the end of the line, y'all gonna hit up y'all barber, they're gonna send you to the voicemail, you'll have a 1 o'clock appointment, you're gonna get there at 1 o'clock and somebody gonna be sitting in the chair.
I mean, he's talking more about, taking care of your guy. I mean, C-note for a cut. A lot for some trim, Carl.
I'm sorry?
What?
Beau, why do you take issue with this?
Because the average person is not paying $100 for a haircut. The average person in this day and time with the inflation that we deal with, $12 eggs. I mean, this sounds about as bad as not knowing what the price of eggs is. But like this is out of touch with reality.
Yeah.
What are you guys willing to pay for a haircut?
All right, so this is probably not what you want to hear.
Uh-oh.
But he's talking about the sanctuary or the barbershop, which, listen, I'm all about, prices, increasing your price. And I've talked about this. At one point, you could go and get a really nice haircut, okay? And I'm speaking from my experience as a black man. But you go to a black barbershop and you get a haircut, and you paid $30 plus tip, and you were still talking about $40, $45, which is a lot of money. But I got to tell you, the last time I went, I think the price was $40-some-odd. Last time I went, and I came in, and we were talking about Trae Young because it was a whole big discussion about whether Trae was a superstar. I think if you are paying for the camaraderie, what are you paying for? See, here's my point. You go and you sit and you talk and you have these great conversations with people. And, Mike, you are talking with people that you don't see every day, or maybe you run into guys that you know. But part of the experience is just being in the barbershop. Haircut doesn't take 2 hours or an hour and 30 minutes, but you could be in the chair for that long, and these guys are charging accordingly because time is money, and so these prices have gone up. I'm not going to tell you that I would pay $100, but I know where Jalen's going with this. As prices have gone up, and then you're tipping your guy and you're taking care of your guy, it gets expensive, man.
Well, the thing is, the barbershop now has become a thing for guys as opposed to the ones that everyone listening grew up with. Now it's a thing, whether it's, the swag shop at the Hawks game to downstairs we have Risha.
It's an experience.
Risha's a spot. In some spots you give you a single, you get a single malt or you get yourself a nice bourbon and you sit there and you get your hair cut and it's a whole different animal. Me, myself, and I wouldn't spend more than $25 for a haircut, if I can avoid it. That's why I'll go to Supercuts. I got a guy or wherever you get local haircut. Problem with those places is those people move in and out. You have a girl you like, and what happened to so-and-so? Oh, she got divorced. She moved to Mississippi. Okay, so you have a hard time. So the point is, he's also paying for the quality and consistency. So even though the average Joe wouldn't come near a $100 haircut, if you are an NBA star doing TV, yes, obviously you can afford it, but I understand a little bit of where he's coming from.
Well, and
not that I would do it.
But I also think this is something else that we do. We try to follow our guy around. Correct. To your point, right? You don't, you're saying if somebody does your hair this week and they move in 3 weeks, you go back, you got someone new. Right. Brothers will follow their barber because once I find out that you can cut my hair the way I want it cut and done, where you at? Oh, man, I moved 30 miles south of the city. I'll be down there.
Right.
That's what happens.
American Haircuts down on 10th. I had a guy, Alex, there for almost 2 years. That was my guy. And then when he left, I left. You're right. You follow your dude.
DJ Diesel says, Dukes, man, Jalen Rose, come on, man. I'm not paying $100 for a haircut. You can do that. Bye, boy. He says that on Twitter. Right. A lot of people, it sounds ridiculous. Let me ask you this. When your wives or girlfriends go get their hair done.
Oh, forget it.
When your wives or girlfriends.
Four and five times that, believe it or not.
Go get their hair done. Yeah. But do they tell you how much they're paying? Because women, it's different. It's different.
Don't want to know. Don't tell me.
Fix your mic. Fix your mic.
Your mic is flaccid. No,
there we go.
But women spend, because the coloring and the stuff and all the other stuff, and I don't know what they do, but they're gone for half a day, and it's a fortune.
But I'm just saying, if you came home and said, honey, I spent as much on my hair, my cut, as you did on your hair, probably going to be some issues.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to know what they pay. Just leave me out of it. I really don't care, because if I knew everything my wife spent money on, I'd already be dead with a heart attack. So I don't want to know the things that she spends, because I'm the frugal one and she is the spender. That's okay.
Yeah.
I've got a buddy that he's the spender and his wife is the frugal one. So there's always that balance. I think most relationships, there is a balance there where one is willing to spend and the other's not. Don't tell me. I had a friend of mine's wife. I grew up with him, and I've known her for a long time. She used to cut my hair for free. I'd go over there, she'd cut it. Then she's like, hey, I'm not going to do that at home anymore. And I started paying because I was loyal. Because I take care of people that have taken care of me. And I've overpaid for haircuts just to show my appreciation.
Sure.
Right?
It's about, right.
But $100?
Yeah.
Every cut?
I mean, it does. This gets back to a lot of folks feeling that he's completely out of touch with the average Joe.
Yeah.
And that's why he was getting killed pretty much nationally by folks on social media.
Ben says, my wife has her hair appointments 1 and 2 times a year max. I'm getting a cut monthly. It equals out. That's true. Guys, if you got to keep your cut nice and clean, you're right. It does equal out.
I will say this. If you just basically letting your hair grow a little bit, I get the wall razor. I can do the back. I can trim the sides, put a 3. It's almost idiot-proof, but you got to. But again, if you jack it up, then you look like you've cut your own hair.
Beau, I'll say this. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Jalen Rose came out and said, if you're not paying $100 for your cut, you're not getting a quality cut. The last time I went to the barber, I overpaid because everything's on the app, right? So it's like, oh, yeah. And I didn't realize it until I left, and he hits me back. He's like, hey, man, you paid me like double. And I was like, well, I guess the next one's free because I paid you double. So I didn't intend to do that, but that's probably as close as it's come to overpaying for a haircut with the tip and everything. But I'm going to get that.
But
it's
then
coming
again,
back.
The last time I told the story about when I got the haircut and kind of went to a whole other direction. The beautiful girl that shampooed my hair. Remember the Colombian girl with the hair and the perfume and the cleavage.
I'm sorry?
Over the sink. And that tip just kind of grew exponentially as the haircut continued. She's going to massage my scalp.
What lt did she do?
That's it.
All right, you know what?
I'm just saying, he's going down this road. I want to know the full treatment.
Other people, couldn't get out of the chair for a minute, but the point is, Carl, she got a big tip. It's all relative, but I mean, $100. Jalen Rose, you sound like an elitist. You sound like a guy who's completely out of touch with the planet.
Doc Holliday tweets at us. He says, put him up, see Dukes traveling barbers around the city make $100.
Right.
If I call a guy to come cut my hair here where we're at the office, he's going to charge me a C note. That's what Doc is saying.
They're coming to you. That's completely different.
So isn't that what Jalen's talking about, though? Or is he talking about going into the barbershop?
He doesn't specify.
Okay.
But he did say at the end, he was like talking about going in the barbershop. If you don't pay quality money, but there might be a guy in the chair. You might get backed up. Look, by the way, he looks like a guy that gets his hair done. Me and Jason Whispers, you call him, who runs our Twitch.
Yeah.
He was like, he probably gets a cut every other day, which is a lot of money to spend.
That's true.
$100 a pop.
All right, hold on real quick. I got to say this. If you're a quality barber, hit me in the DMs. I'm getting cuts for the whole crew.
Right.
Everybody, Chris, even you. DM me. I'm getting cuts for the show with a reasonable price. All right, Beau, continue.
All right, we got to get out of here. As always, Yeah Man No Man is brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce. Bigger, better, bolder. Get over to WSauce.com. Find a retailer near you. And don't forget my friends at the Georgia Hemp Company at GeorgiaHempCompany.com. Use the code SquidBilly10 to get 10% off your order online today. Turtle, hit my non-elitist music.
This will be the game winner tonight. We will do that where you get your hair cut and how much you're willing to pay for a little trim.
Yeah.
By the way, a couple guys in the text line say, I think we set a record for double entendre.
I think so. That particular segment started with Beau talking about somebody being where somebody was before they were there. Hey, coming up, we're going to talk about Todd Monken. He takes over as the OC of the Ravens, talking about what his new gig is. His old gig was, the Georgia OC. But it gets us to something we need to talk about, and also major changes potentially to college football. You've not heard what we're talking about, stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So I went back to 18-19. Only 3 of the top 10 scorers played more than 75 games that season.
This is Dukes and Bell
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming off the NBA All-Star Weekend, it was a success, okay? No doubt. A lot of people had fun. The game was fun. Mike won a bet. The over on the game. The slam dunk contest was better than most people assumed it would be. The three-point contest came to basically a last shot by Dame Lillard. Good weekend. But it was overshadowed, in my opinion, by the conversation about load management and Commissioner Adam Silver saying, well, it's really not an issue. I don't know what he's talking about. I just don't know how he could say this is something that we don't see as an issue. More on that coming up. We also are going to talk more about what's going on with our Atlanta Braves. Happy Fat Tuesday, as we've been saying all day. Mike, before we get to some dog conversation, Todd Monken today was introduced. Okay, we know he took the job probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. But he was introduced as the official OC of the Ravens. And we said this. Listen, Monken now has moved on. It's up to Mike Bobo for the Dogs and to see where Kirby and this direction of this offense is going to go. New faces, a really good offensive line, still got some of the great skill players in the country and Bowers and company. There shouldn't be any fall off for this offense. Let's just be honest. If you're going into this and go, well, we're not going to be as good. I don't know why you wouldn't be as good if you're Georgia, even though Mike Bobo's taking over. And again, give Bobo credit. Mike said it last week. A lot of the misplaced blame was about Bobo when it really should have been about Mark Richt.
Yeah, there are a lot of issues when you look at how smoothly a Kirby Smart-run Georgia team is, the program from top to bottom. I mean, every coach flying out either in helicopters or private planes to talk to players all over Georgia, all over the country. You know, the $4 million that was spent on recruiting alone, the facilities, everything is better than it was. And again, Mark Richt, like everyone loves Mark Richt. Unfortunately, he ran, let's be honest, Carl, a bit of a leaky ship at times. There was a lot of stuff that happened that doesn't happen under Kirby's regime, and that was the point about Bobo. And then we later found out that Bobo was involved with red zone game plan, with the passing game. So that's something, it wasn't like, and look, Monken, you hate to lose Monken, but Bobo wasn't a silent partner apparently in this, how this works as far as coming up with their game plan week to week.
It is Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Falcon Report in an hour from now. Falcons have decisions to make. And now the clock is ticking on some of the decisions that they'll need to make. We're going to talk about that. But right now, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the Dogs. The Dog Report is brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
So before we let you hear what Todd Monken had to say as he makes this transition back to the NFL, and talked about Lamar Jackson today and handling pressure and coming back to the league, because Georgia fans, we want to hear from him. He didn't speak a whole lot when he was an assistant here. We know that. And basically twice a year, you got a chance to hear Todd Monken. That's on the way. But, Mike, there could be major changes on the field to college football. Now, high-ranking college football leaders have been reviewing 4 specific changes to the clock rules. Okay, guys? Okay. 2 of which are considered non-controversial. 1 that has garnered some widespread, not sure if that's going to work. So the non-controversial proposal includes prohibiting consecutive timeouts. For example,
icing the kicker?
Yeah. They're about to kick a game-winning field goal. Timeout! He's about to set up and kick the field goal. Timeout! Take that off. Okay?
I'm cool with that.
I'm fine with that, too. Number 2, no longer extending a first or third quarter for an untimed down, in the quarter, which ends on a defensive penalty. Right. So the down would be clocked starting the next quarter.
Right. So we start the fourth quarter. Hey, we had a holding penalty last play of the last quarter, and now we start. Here we go.
Keep moving.
No problem with that.
Okay, that's number 2.
I mean, is this really going to save that much time?
I don't know. The other thing they're talking about is, and again, we're talking about just saving a fraction of time, but the other 2 proposals.
And ultimately what this is really about, though, is if you watch college football on a regular basis, which most of our audience does, a lot of games, especially because so many leagues, even the SEC, pass it so much now, the timeouts, the drop passes make games turn into almost 3.5, 4 hours. If it's a Big 12 game, it's going to overrun. So they're trying to keep this in that 3 hours and 15-minute package so your window for your national game doesn't overlap the other one. That's basically, for me, what this is about, and also the commercial content, getting it in.
In the third proposal, they are talking about, and this is getting some real attention, but the clock will continue to run after an offense gains a first down, except inside of the 2 minutes and a half. Again, let the clock run. Let's move. We don't have to stop the clock after first down.
If you've got a game where there's, if teams are throwing the ball, like, look, you saw it, even like it used to be not in the SEC. Now the SEC is the same. Would you agree? 40 passing attempts. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of balls that are hitting the ground. That means there's a lot of stoppages of the clock, and that's why the game takes forever. So that would kind of flip that and mitigate it, I suppose.
And the last one is, and it's a little bit controversial, and again, it just depends on your perspective, but the clock will continue to run after an incomplete pass once the ball is spotted for play.
There you go. That's what we're talking about.
So these are things that they're talking about. Does it matter? Would it matter to you? Listen, I think if you're a Dog fan or you're an SEC fan or Auburn, pick your school, Alabama, it doesn't matter. Florida, you're watching the game. You're watching the game, and you're committed, and you're watching the game. Now, to Mike's point, does it help them with the TV dollars and putting these games in these windows? Because, believe it or not, these networks do believe going into these games when you're talking about that 3:30 window, we got to start our game at 3:30.
Now, that's just it. I mean, if you are watching, you're a Georgia Bulldog fan, but like SquidBilly, maybe you're trying to play golf. It's hard to squeeze it in with your busy schedule. But you're playing golf, Carl, and the Georgia game starts on ESPN News because the Baylor game ran late.
Yep.
And now you've missed the start, and that's part of it. But the whole idea is because these games are running so long, there is overlap. Unless you're going to start doing it like you do the playoffs, so there's almost like 45 minutes between end of one game and when the next one is slated to start, which they don't want to do because they want to squeeze in 4 football games on an ESPN day, don't they?
Yeah. We'll see if any of these proposals go any further, but the fact that you've got high-ranking college officials talking about it means that there are coaches talking about it. It means that there are ADs talking about it, and certainly presidents and chancellors, because they are saying the same things we are. I just think as college football fans, when on Saturday, you can't pull me away from what I want to watch. And if it's the team and the game that I want to watch, if it goes long, I never sit there and go, man, that game was 45 minutes longer than it should have been. But from a TV standpoint, it matters.
Yeah, and but that's the one thing. The one rule that would change it is the timeout stoppage of clock on an incomplete pass, stepping out of bounds. So that would move it along. That would certainly get it. Now, I got to be honest with you. The only thing that sucks for me when I go to a football game, and it's more the pros, is the long TV timeouts. And it's more about the refs, the reviews. Now, the other thing is this will not help the constant because there's as many college reviews and replays as there are in a pro game these days, especially with targeting. If the refs could do it on a quicker level, I guess the commissioners could get their conferences, Carl, to get that video guy to get off his butt. That, to me, saves more time than some of the things that we're talking about. 5 minutes is almost every replay is 5 minutes. So that's the thing. When I'm at a college game, I personally don't really care because I'm having fun. The atmosphere, the band's playing, the whole shebang. But the pro game is the one that, for me, sometimes feels like root canal when you're there in person.
It does, because it's the part of the game that if you've never gone to an NFL game, you don't realize how monotonous it is. Like, okay, timeout. And you've seen this, right? Mm-hmm. Guys are in the huddle. They're just chilling, and then they get the official signal, and it's like, okay, let's go. Because you're trying to get into a rhythm, and sometimes these commercials, it's what the game is. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I want you to hear one thing Todd Monken talked about today. Again, taking over as the OC for the Ravens, former Dog OC. And now, Mike, you get to the NFL. You've won 2 championships back-to-back. His resume speaks for itself, but he was talking about getting to the Ravens and handling pressure.
Well, I think first off, as we all know in this profession, let's start with this. This is week to week, month to month, year to year, because I don't think that fan base would have said that in 19, right? I would have doubted that would have been the way that they thought of it. And things go year to year, and then you reassess. Does that make sense? Who doesn't like offense, for God's sakes? The league revolves around fantasy football. I mean, they want to see scoring, right? I mean, it's interesting. You could win 41-40, or you could win 7-6, and you'd think the 41-40 team's just killing it. It's the way it is. It's what we're built around, right? I only control what I can control. You say, is there pressure around it? There's pressure everywhere. There was pressure at Georgia. You could say, well, you had the best players. Yeah, but they expect us to go 10-2 at a minimum. That's pressure. You can't lose many games, So there's pressure. It's what we do. That's what we sign up for. That's our job. Like that, anybody that says that doesn't come with the territory, they're lying. That's a big part of what we do. And yet that's some of what drives us, that challenge of doing it better than they do it. Because that's what it comes down to in the NFL. You got good players, you got good coaches, you got good scheme. How do we do it better than they do it? How do we gain percentages? Whatever there's a 1% here, whether it's analytics, whether it's special teams, whether it's protection, whether it's a player, you're just trying to gain percentages to give you the best chance to move the football. So I'm excited. I'm excited to get started. But again, like I always say, we're paid to score. And if you don't score, that's no fun. I don't know what else to say. It's fun. obviously I get it.
Kind of what he said here on Georgia football, right?
Yeah.
If I don't score, I don't get to keep this job very long.
And part of Baltimore's deal is why is the scoring diminished? It's why they moved on from their former coordinator. He's talking about 19. When Lamar, was winning the MVP, they were 20th in scoring this year. The Denver Broncos were last. They scored 17 points a game. It was embarrassing. Baltimore was 20, and they only scored 20 a game. Now, that is one area that everybody says, hey, with this personnel and this quarterback, if he's back, why shouldn't we be scoring more points? That's why he was answering that question. And he talked about Georgia. Yeah, but you had the best players. Automatically assume that you're going to be scoring a lot of points.
Look, 36 touchdowns was the MVP season, and it's 26-16. Now, he's missed a bunch of games. That's the thing. He's only played in 24 games his last 2 seasons, but the touchdowns are way down, and that's why Todd Monken is there to get things back on track.
Is the NBA All-Star Game broken, guys? We're going to talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Don't know how much of the All-Star game you got a chance to check out this weekend. Many of you were off like we were for President's Day. Maybe you were busy, traveling, doing things. But the All-Star weekend was a success. Mike and I were talking about this. Listen, you talk about what happened in the slam dunk contest with Mac McClung, who many of you may or may not have known about. I said to Mike earlier today, he was a viral sensation coming out of high school, and a lot of people are familiar with him. He's not been an NBA star because he's working his way to the league. He's a two-way player for the Philadelphia 76ers. But you were saying, Mike, no disrespect to Mac McClung. He put on a show. That's not what you want to see.
No, I don't want to see a guy who plays more games in Delaware than he does in Philadelphia. If I'm honest. And when I made the comments in the 2 o'clock hour, a lot of guys, to your point, said, yeah, my kids all know who he is. And that's good for the league if the kids know who he is. It'd be really cool if he was a real bona fide all-star. And as opposed to a viral sensation. But that is the way the world works. Being a viral sensation and getting likes and that's what it's all about. I understand that. But we just grew up in an era where the stars were the all-star game and the stars were in the slam dunk contest. We have now seen a trend where guys, and you said it earlier, whether they don't want to get shown up by other guys or they just don't do it for whatever reason. Some guys, once they establish themselves in the league, they never go back to the slam dunk contest. I thought John Morant had already been in it. John Morant says he will not compete in the slam dunk. Other guys have said that the judging on this is so arbitrary. Okay. Well, either way, no disrespect, but if you're going for viral sensations, let's go add the professor from And One, and let's go have the gorilla from Phoenix, and any other mascot, Carl, can use a trampoline, because I just want to see the star players. That's my beef. And I mean, apologize if the argument is too nuanced. I don't give a crap about a viral sensation who may make it or may not in the NBA. I want to see the stars in all the competitions.
Mac McClung, has been getting a lot of love coming off the weekend, and rightfully so.
And he looked great. Did a nice job with the presentation. He wasn't, Carl, it wasn't like those dreaded 14 seconds of screwing around, miss dunk, get the ball, miss dunk. No, everything he did was executed.
Well, and that's the key, Mike. I mean, it's one thing to say I'm going to do all these dunks and then be able to do them. But like I was saying, he's been doing this stuff. Like if you follow Mac McClung, this is like nothing new for people who are hardcore NBA fans or, for that matter, watching guys. As I said last week on YouTube, he's one of those guys that you would have seen on YouTube on the House of Highlights. He's done these things. But what about the game itself? What about the All-Star game? Is it broke? And when you've got Jaylen Brown saying, listen, it was like a layup line. He says, I don't know how much notoriety we want to get from this. This is a glorified layup line. He says, we've got to figure out a way to make the game a little bit more competitive. Mike, high scoring, fun. It is an exhibition. I said earlier, I think the only way that you do this potentially is you have sponsors put in a lot of money and say, hey, winning team gets all of this, losing team, you get nothing. And maybe we see it a little bit more competitive, but it is an exhibition game, and everybody's having fun, Mike. Isn't this what they want to see?
Yeah, LeBron throws one off the backboard, and that's kind of neat, but it's a whole game of grab ass. And then, again, when you watch the highlights, wow, they all made their three-point shots. No, guys are throwing up stuff from all over the place. Half are going in. It's nothing even remotely close to the stuff we watch in its prime. And again, if you don't take my word for it, take it from Kobe Bean Bryant, rest in peace. Kobe, the video went viral this week. Somebody found it and was throwing it out there with Kobe saying, yeah, this is ridiculous. This isn't even basketball. He goes, see more action in a UCLA pickup game. So in this case, I just think there were some things that were done and executed a little bit better. Some of this is about the want to. Now, if you're telling me the highest paid athletes in American sports have to be coerced into performing at a higher level and play some defense, that's a bit jive. Now, if you could rope a charity into this, Make-A-Wish or a cancer society or whatever, and you could donate $1 million and the players get a piece of the action, so be it. But the idea I got to work to get these guys to put on a better show is a bit jive to me.
But isn't that how America is? I mean, if your boss offered you an extra $20,000 to maybe work a couple extra days, or whether him asking you for free, are you doing it for free? Or are you doing it because he offered you an extra $20,000?
Where's the pride? Where's the sense of pride in putting on a show and playing? Again,
I don't think
if
that,
a Kobe
I don't
or a
think
Michael or
that
anybody
existed.
else.
I just don't think that exists.
So these players have no pride or sense of pride in defense in the All-Star game. It is what it is now. The toothpaste out of the tube. It's just a grab.
It's fun. It's entertaining. It's a show. And I'm not telling you it's right, Mike. I just don't know if that exists. And all I'm saying is, if you said to me, every guy on the team, right, on these All-Star teams, they pick the teams, LeBron and Giannis. And if you said,
I don't like that either. I want to see the conferences back to the conferences. I don't like the style. I think it's ridiculous.
But if you told me every guy on the team was going to, split $25 million, I'm telling you the intensity is going to pick up. It's just the nature of things, how they work. Just like if your boss asked you, hey, I need you to work a couple extra days, you're like, hell no.
So
and then your boss says, well, I'm going to give you an extra 20 grand, you're probably going to do it.
But most of us, whether it's if you're a sales guy and you're working on a commission, there's some extra effort you're going to put in. Yeah, you're going to get compensated for it, commensurate with effort. I get that. But guys who are the highest paid athletes making guaranteed money, now I got to throw more guaranteed money on for actually put on a decent show at the All-Star game. I say bull on that.
I think it may be, and I may be wrong about it, it may be the only way if you're going to ask for intensity.
By the way, you're right. And this, just like with the game, we talk about load management. You can't get these guys to do anything they don't want to do anymore because they've got all the power in the NBA. NFL guys don't get paid enough. Baseball guys get too much money for limited effort sometimes. NBA is kind of creeping that way now, where these guys, Adam Silver has no control over the things we're talking about.
All right, two things. Let's hear Charles Barkley talk about today's NBA players, and I'm going to let you hear Kyrie talk about load management and how it dehumanizes players, which is like typical Kyrie.
Victim.
But first, Charles Barkley on today's NBA players.
Y'all baby these dudes so much today. They don't want to play back-to-back games. Every time a fan says something, they get them tossed. If they're not happy, they want to get traded. It's going to come to a head in the next CBA.
Now, that's one thing that is going to get really weird. And I would say, unless cooler heads prevail, you may have a work stoppage, which is the last thing the NBA needs based on the growth.
Yeah. No,
because the owners are going to want a lot of stuff back, which now, again, once you give something to someone in any organization, in any kind of job, what you said earlier, walk of life, you're not getting it back.
It's hard, man. It's hard. This is, if you ever had a union job, right? And the union was like, well, we don't do that. And you're like, oh, okay. You don't expect things to change. Kyrie was talking about load management. This is his comment on it.
I don't know who created the term load management or guys sitting out games or, this narrative that continues to play on about star players or guys not being available. I don't know who started the narrative, but it's completely run amok. I think it's dehumanized some of us in terms of just the way we prepare ourselves day to day. This is a 24/7 job. We have cameras on us all the time.
Again, Kyrie, you're paid millions and millions of dollars guaranteed, and I'm sorry, you are so out of whack. You are so completely out of your gosh darn mind. It's not even funny. Can I go to the flip side of this and tell you what Anthony Edwards had to say? Here's a young guy working his way up in the league as a rising star. Listen to what Ant-Man said.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80% you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
That's real perspective. That's from Anthony Edwards, Georgia boy. And I love it because I wish more guys felt that way. To hear Kyrie say it's run amok and basically it dehumanizes them as if they're not putting in the work, and all of a sudden now when they don't. When Kyrie was in Brooklyn, he used load management as an excuse to not play numerous times because he was frustrated with management. And then there were games, Mike, where he just didn't show up. Like, we don't know. We hadn't heard from him. I mean, you can't say it dehumanizes you or puts players in a different light when you, in fact, have been a guy that has been, using it to effectively try to get what you want.
Hey, you
dehumanize some of us.
Yeah, you dehumanize an entire religious group, and you got a nice vacation because of it. I'm so over Kyrie Irving and his complete lack of the way the world is supposed to work. His world works pretty good. I don't have to work, and I pretty much get paid, and I can dictate where I want to work. And most of us, again, would give our leg. And I hate to do this because the NFL, as I always say, these guys don't have half of the freedom the NBA guys do. And here's Kyrie saying, let me get up on the cross and tell you how miserable my life is. We're dehumanized for being asked to do our job.
Yeah. 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. More on this to come. And I love Anthony Edwards' answer. Right. I'm going to try to play because I know most families, most people listening to this show, you're not going to every game. You're not. Most people get a game or two a year. All right, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Hey, man, would you put money on the Falcons to win the Super Bowl at 80-1?
Is that what the odds were?
Yes. Who would be dumb enough to bet $100 on a long shot like that? me. We'll get into that, some of the shenanigans on the weekend. Coming up, it's in Guy Talk next.
Mercy. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, man. Back to work on a Tuesday. Thanks to Chris Turtle for holding it down. Monday did a great job. Again, and thanks to our supervisor, SquidBilly, for allowing Chris to hold it down for us, by the way. So good job. Hey, man, it's brought to you by our buddies at Dukes and Bell. Hey, man, Ale, grab some, drink the beer. It's fun. And as a watermelon lime, too, just ready for spring and pool weather and the golf course as well. And, of course, the OG. I was telling Carl during the commercial break, just got back from Vegas, had a nice 3-day weekend, so we took it and went to Vegas with my wife, which elicited a strange reaction from some of my friends. A lot of my buddies had no interest in bringing their significant other for a date night Vegas weekend. And to paraphrase my cousin, are you blanking serious? My friend Munson in Los Angeles, no way. And then even Trustee, who's got a really nice girl, going, no, man, I don't want to do that. So nobody wanted to bring their significant other than my buddy Oliver, who lives in Las Vegas and Phoenix, goes back and forth, and his wife, her girlfriend, long time. They're like Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn. They've been together for like 30 years. So it was just me and my wife, my buddy, and his girl for much of the weekend. So let me ask you this. Date night Vegas. I still get to do a weekend with my boys.
Yeah.
But a lot of folks, and even on Twitter, were kind of incredulous that I'd take my wife to Las Vegas.
Really?
I don't know. I mean, like different stages of your life. Yes, 25 years ago, this would have seemed as crazy to me as the concept that I would be married and living in Sharpsburg, Georgia. But now it's age appropriate. We do day drinking. Plus, I married the female version of myself. She likes gambling and drinking, which makes things very easy.
Well, listen, I would hope that people married somebody that they enjoy being around. If you didn't, you're probably in a crap situation. But I will say this. We've done that numerous times. It got to the point, and this is not me boasting or flossing or bragging, but we got to a point where we did it so frequently, we had to take a break. Because I might mention this to you, Mike. We did the shows, and we did, because it's a different trip. We did dinners, and there's new places opening all the time. But it was one of those things where it was like, okay, we need a break. Like, we've gone the last X amount of years, and we've gone 3 or 4 times. And it became kind of one of these deals, like, what are we going to do new? You want to go and have new experiences with your person. So I think that's part of it. But no, man, I'm more surprised at the guys bailing that they didn't want to bring their ladies, because you're right. I mean, if you do get to go to the guys trip, you do the guys thing and you go have fun, and guys need that, right? You need that guy time and getting away. But to take the wife out there, I think it's great. I think it's a great idea.
And so we had a blast. We go out there every year for her birthday. This is something we've been, to your point, something we do. It's kind of a thing. We just rope another couple in. By the way, for guys that are big F1 fans, like I know you're a big F1 fan, SquidBilly is too. Drive to Survive is coming out here.
Is it started yet?
I think it's next week. It's 27th, right, Beau? I believe it's coming up in just a couple days.
Okay.
But for those that are thinking about going out to Vegas, 24th. So it's
they're building stuff, right?
Yeah, so 3 more days.
They're already building.
Yeah, and I talked to a couple of our buddies. We have some usual friends that are bartenders and casino hosts out there at some of the places. Everybody is excited, but everyone thinks it's going to be a blank show as far as getting around the city.
Oh, yeah.
And getting around. The cab drivers are all pretty much kind of curious how this is going to work. The track is going to be on Las Vegas Boulevard. You're already starting to see some infrastructure. They got the paddock area, which is off the strip, being built. Notice that. Also, you're going to see some giant video screens being put up. There's one right across from Caesars. It's going to be unbelievable. I just don't know if I want to maybe try to be there for the first one, because, Carl, it really is truly for millionaires. It's the prices and the packages are really out of reach of the average race fan.
So one of my good friends is a big exec for MGM, and they've blocked out X amount of rooms, Mike, for, to your point, the whales, because you're getting people from all over the world that are going to come, that are big F1 fans, to your point. And I was like, okay, so what are these rooms? We're not talking about the extravagant suites everywhere, from Bellagio to, pick your hotel. And he was like, a regular room, right? They're charging 4 times as much. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, because the demand is so much right now. So, yeah, I know that's going to be a crazy weekend. It is Thanksgiving?
It's going to be the weekend before Thanksgiving. Yeah. Obviously a huge interest in Asia, Europeans, South America. So, yeah, it's Vegas. So it's going to be bananas. Speaking of which, we have a lot of fun on this show. Sometimes we explain things which we take for granted, which maybe the younger audience, whether it's millennials or Generation Z, might have missed out on.
Sure.
And SquidBilly, I know we joke around. John Chuckery has, they call the show, explaining it to dopey millennials. We don't say that on this show. But I will say this. I met some dudes who restored my faith in Generation Z.
Okay.
Met a couple of 21-year-olds, and I want to give a shout-out to Tyler, Tyler plays tight end for Harvard.
Okay.
And one of his buddies was getting married, so these guys are all in their late teens, early, like 19, 20, 21, 22. A couple of hockey players who go to BC. We're at the craps pit at Cosmopolitan. And for those guys who ever play craps, being a beginner, a newbie, a virgin, is really the magic touch. 9 times out of 10, you and I have seen somebody who's never rolled, has no idea how the game works, and it can really work to your benefit. So this guy comes up, looks like a tight end, big galoot, like Randy McMichael size, and we start chatting. He goes, I really want to learn this game, but I really don't want to mess things up. Here, take this dice.
You're up.
I threw him a $25 chip. I go, get in there, kid, you're in. He rolled for 30 minutes.
Oh.
We made a nice little chunk of change, rolled 5 10s in a row.
Stop it.
3 7s on the come out. This was insane. And you and I, let's be honest, we've been kicked in the nuts the last couple times you and I play craps.
It's been brutal. It's been brutal. I mean, and here's the deal. Like, for me, unlike Mike's like, I'm staying in. I'm like, I'm done. And then, 30 minutes later, I see Mike, and he's like, yeah, I stayed in. And then he's showing me chips, and I'm like, damn it, I should have stayed in. But, yes, it's been brutal. So you're saying this was a nice – you got on a heater.
Yeah, the kid's name is Tyler Neville. Tyler Neville is – so he ever makes it to the NFL, I told him we had Foye Luick in here from Yale. And
That's true.
Really nice young man, so I told him I'd give him a shout-out. But kid rolled forever. Guys were great. They also went to the hockey game. And you know me, brother, I love hockey. If I could take somebody who's never been to a hockey game to the game I went to Saturday night, I think we could sell out down here in Atlanta. 5-4. Big, a lot of goals, a lot of action.
Yeah.
A lot of end-to-end, a little bit of scrapping, everything you'd love to see in a hockey game. But, and you've been to that arena, that whole thing is a scene.
Well, the thing, too, is, it's even the area that they've built over there, Mike, if you were going to do it. Now, eventually we're going to get that at State Farm, but the area that you're walking over to T-Mobile and all the places to sit and drink and hang out. But listen, they also have star power.
Right.
The Vegas Knights have a good squad. They've had a good squad, so it doesn't surprise me. But you're right. High-scoring, energy, the show, it sells itself.
Hey, man, we're all big fans of the TV show Succession on HBO. I'm not sure how many, because we always get those guys will text it, yeah, man, I got no HBO. Well, anyway, if you had HBO, Succession is one of the most successful shows. Brian Cox is the actor who plays the father, the billionaire who initially is going to step down, and then he decides, I'm not stepping down, I'm getting back in the game, running my multi-zillion-dollar corporation, which sets the show in motion because all the children are squabbling and fighting, and whose side are they on, trying to get a piece of the action. Well, he does an interview with a magazine basically saying that the guy who plays one of his sons, Kendall Roy, is Jeremy Strong, who's a method actor, is the biggest pain in the butt on the planet and is driving him crazy on the set. So I guess if you're a method actor...
Kendall's good, too. Now that makes total sense.
Right. But if you're playing a coddled, self-involved nitwit and you've got to be in the method... I mean, can you imagine how annoying? He literally is that guy 24/7. Big article in the New Yorker last year about this where he talks about his process. Apparently, a lot of people on that set want to choke him out, including Brian Cox.
The show is loosely based on Rupert Murdoch's family. Okay? The guy that started Fox and the guy that has an empire. That's the show, but it's loosely based on that.
Right.
And his sons and the daughters, and if you know the Rupert Murdoch story, it's crazy. It's very similar to Succession. But I can't wait for the season to roll around. But that is fascinating that he is that much into that character, or that he is that character.
And Brian Cox, for those who don't know who he is, he's been a great heavy or bad guy in everything from Wolverine to the Jason Bourne movies.
Yep.
He even does the ba-da-ba-ba-ba McDonald's commercials now, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Oh, yeah, he's just raking it in.
Hey, by the way, we mentioned Netflix and the new season for, again, Formula One Drive to Survive coming out in just a couple days. It's been 6 days now for full swing. A lot of folks now getting a chance to watch. A lot of reviews are coming out. People are saying it really is what it's doing for golf is what the Drive to Survive did for Formula One. Couple of things I read over the weekend. Ian Poulter, a lot of controversy last year when he decided to move to the Live Golf Tour. Have you seen this episode yet?
I did not watch it this weekend.
Squid, have you seen the Poulter one yet? It basically makes perfect sense. Do you care? I think you said it at the time. Do you care where your paycheck comes from?
No.
Because his game, let's be honest, is in the weeds. And to be in your mid to late 40s and someone's going to give you more money than you've ever earned in your entire career, just a switch, I get it. And they showed his family and they showed where he's at. And his game has really gone nowhere. So that's kind of it. You could almost say, I get it. I get why that kind of guy would go do that.
I was looking at the teams that Liv just came out with, and you start looking at the names. There's a lot of name brands on Liv. Now, I know they're going to be on, is it WB, CW?
CW.
CW? All right, because, again, I'm just like, I didn't watch hardly any of Liv last year. But the point is, Mike, they got to come together at some point because This split thing is not working. I thoroughly enjoyed watching as much as I did the Genesis Open.
Right.
And then to see Liv is starting its season, I think, this week, and to see the brand names, I'm like, oh, man, am I missing out on this?
It's a lot of juice. And one of the other things that came out of this season, a lot of folks are saying, a lot of women commenting that Jenna Sims, who married Brooks Koepka, it slipped out in the second episode, says, how'd you meet? She goes, I slipped into his DMs. Which then people said, so you're kind of a groupie. She did go to Florida State while he was there, but a lot of folks are kind of looking at that going, aha! He's beautiful, but it is interesting to hear the background.
People meet online all the time, Mike. It's how people do things.
That's your guy talk. Don't be slipping in no DMs, man.
Coming up, Falcon Report's on the way. What do you do, Falcon fans, with a big decision? We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa! Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, I hope you had a great weekend. It is Fat Tuesday. Mike and I are trying to decide what we will be giving up, not together, but individually, as we work our way through this. It's just hard when you start talking about the things you love and you have to give them up.
All right, I'm going to do it. Talk to SquidBilly because, again, he's by the way, Squid used to be a fat kid, and now he's in tremendous shape. His body fat's like 5%, and he's got discipline. I'm going to try. That's it. No fast food. That's it. Fast food is out. 40 days, 40 nights. No fast food.
You're done.
Well,
no Arby's.
Again, this is a study in future.
No Popeyes.
You know where this is going, but we will start with the best of intentions and try to get healthier.
Yeah.
And let's see how many days. Squid, you're over under? Chris, you want to take a stab at this? 40 days, 40 nights. No fast food. On the merits, on the honor system.
14.5.
Thank you, Chris. There you go. Squid, how about you?
5 or less.
I gotta be honest, Chris.
No hope.
Chris, the under is the play.
No hope whatsoever.
So by Friday, it'll be, the weekend's coming up.
But again, it's hard as an American to get through a week without eating some, unless you are one of those CrossFit mutants that has the discipline of a Spartan.
No Wendy's.
Yes, all right, I'll try it.
We do this every year. It is like, I don't know. It's
Groundhog Day.
So you're disgusted with me even broaching this subject.
I'm not. Look, it's fun and it's a great show, banter, but this is like beating a dead horse. I know you're not going to make it, and I'm sorry. I'm not. I want you to prove me wrong, but I have zero faith in this.
Yeah.
Well, the gauntlet's been thrown down by Squid.
I understand, and I kind of agree with him. Here's the deal for me. Caffeine. Can you do without caffeine, Chris? It's a long time to do without caffeine.
It's been probably almost 6 months since I've had a coffee.
Okay, this is where I'm at.
Coffee's the only thing with caffeine in it?
Well, for what he drinks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't count. Do you really count diet soda as a caffeine boost? I don't feel anything.
Do you count Mio Energy as a caffeine boost?
I don't drink the energy one.
I
I drink
do.
the regular one, Beau.
So here's the deal.
Okay.
I think, and I was talking about sugar earlier. We're going to get to the decision the Falcons have to make here in just a second. But if you're enjoying Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras, lots of restaurants, OTP in town as well, celebrating. I think caffeine's the way. Because listen, you're asking a lot here from me. Okay, I'm a big coffee guy.
All right.
I love my coffee, and if I'm doing caffeine, obviously sodas you're talking about with caffeine in them, boost drinks, Beau. But that's what I think I'm going to do. All right.
All right, that's healthy.
I think I'm going to do that.
We're making healthy decisions here. Let's
I'm
try
trying.
to get it
I'm
together.
trying. That's going to be my goal. And I think, listen, if I get to 40 days, forget about it.
Right.
I mean, I might be on a streak here. I might just keep rolling through the year like Chris and get to 6 months. But I got to be honest though, but I love my coffee, man. I love my gourmet coffee.
Yours is so much harder. No offense, Mike, but yours is so much
you,
harder
Beau.
than mine. No, here's why. You can control your food intake. There's a lot of things that we don't think about that have caffeine in them.
You're right.
Pre-workout.
Yep.
All kinds of stuff that we all use that end up with caffeine. I mean, you just don't even think about it, and then boom, you've screwed up. Mike, yours is a little bit different because you have to go to a fast food place and
No
purchase it, go out
McDonald's.
of your way.
Right.
This is a little bit different.
And again, I'm a big
No Mo's.
big Dunkin' Donuts guy too. That's a big part of my playbook.
No Dunkin'.
All right. I'm on a lot of stuff in my body right now. See, the thing is, if we do the commercial rate to live well, it does not help the process by doing the fast food and all the bad eating that I do. And this coming off
It equals it out for you, right? I mean, with what you
could argue if I didn't do the stuff I'm doing, I would be 600 pounds and I'd be doing the show from the house. I'd have to get the fire department to cut me out. And I'd be worried about
I can't leave.
And it would be Mike's fabulous 700-pound life, and I could be on TV too.
Yeah. All right. That's where we're at, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's talk about what the Falcons need to do. These decisions for our team are going to start mounting, okay? And what I mean by that is once we get past the combine that starts next week and you start to lay out your draft board and you know more about these guys, and then we're going to get to free agency in March. But right now, the first thing you've got to take care of if you want to do anything, Mike, is franchise tag anybody that you may feel like you want to work through a long-term extension with, a long-term deal. Today is franchise tag window. It opens. It opened at 4 o'clock. Teams are not going to jump at this. It just is the window between now and March 8th, where any player that receives the tag, okay, is going to be able to continue to negotiate a long-term deal with the team. That goes through July 15th. That's what this allows you to do. So, listen, if the Ravens are serious about Lamar Jackson, they're going to do this. It'll allow them to continue to work through and figure out a deal that's fair for both sides, and they'll hopefully get it done. But, Mike, do you do this for Caleb McGarry?
See, this goes back to when you and I were just having a conversation about it. Funny, I ran into a Falcon fan getting ready for the flight coming back on Monday, we had the same conversation. And he kind of said the same thing I said. He kind of shrugged. Because if I've got to say, hey, man, we're going to give you a deal, even though when people ask me about you, I'd say, yeah, he's good. He's a good run blocker and pass blocker. Probably going to have a fullback on that side if he's going up against an elite pass rusher. Because you do. Is that the guy I'm going to give $70 million or more to? Now, I know it's a really thin class for offensive tackles this year in the draft. In free agency. You and I have talked about it. You got Mike McGlinchey is kind of like the gold standard. Even he has some faults on tape, if you're honest. And you said it earlier, whatever metric you're looking at, McGarry is a top 4.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, listen, he's your guy. You drafted him. Okay, they didn't, but he's been here.
No, I had to pull the rug out from under him to get the best out of him.
You did.
Didn't pick up his 5th year. Now, what does that tell you about it? Do you read into that?
Well, Mike, I just don't think it's less expensive to go away from McGarry and bring in someone else who you feel like is capable. Let's just say we trade it out. Let's just say we're not going to re-sign McGarry and we're going to go get one of these other tackles that are in free agency. It's going to cost more. And if you say part of the plan, and this is what I was saying about this decision-making for the Falcons, if you say part of this is, all right, we're not going to do this, we're not franchise tagging him and we're not going to work on a long-term deal, we're just moving on and we're going to draft another tackle, okay, well, now you're rolling the dice because whether you think McGarry is the guy or not, he looked really good in this offense.
And that goes back to style. And, style makes the fight, as you and I like to say. A couple of guys said, what about Jawan Taylor from the Jaguars? Ironically, he's like one of the best pass-blocking offensive linemen, but where he doesn't grade out well is in run blocking. And when you're going to run the ball as much as an Arthur Smith offense is, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Jawan's been injured. There are rumors out there he might retire.
And that's another thing, guys. When you're looking at the free agent class, look for 27 and 26 and under.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And unless you're and the only way you'd be on the wrong side of 30 is if you're a perennial Pro Bowler. And that goes back to a guy like Orlando Brown from Kansas City.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's hear Joel Corey. He is a capologist. He was talking about this on our morning show on whether or not the Falcons should franchise tag Caleb McGarry.
I don't think you franchise him because an $18 million franchise tag is more than his multi-year market value. You try to get a deal done. The 5th-year option for $13.202 million was rightfully turned down last year. The most recent data point in the marketplace for right tackles is Jack Conklin's $15 million per year extension he signed right before the end of the regular season with the Browns. So something along those lines would probably make sense for him, and you could have a much lower cap number than you would have on a franchise tag or even the 5th-year option he's not playing on.
That's the smart play. You don't overpay by franchise tagging him because, again, if you don't work out a long-term deal, you're still paying him way more than you should. According to Joel, you just heard the range. I said 4 years, $50 million. If you could get it, it's undervalued.
Right.
But, Mike, if the value for him was going to be 12 to 13 to 15 million, why are you paying him 18 a year?
Well, that's just it. And as we said, the guy, I mentioned Carl earlier, I think it was the 3 o'clock hour. The dude, which I keep coming back to in my mind's eye, is Sam Baker. Sam Baker was a tackle that we had, and he would get banged up and miss some games, and then he had a big contract year. And then you paid him, and he went back to getting hurt all the time. And in that this isn't about injury. McGarry's been pretty durable. We're just talking about the effort, and then you're overpaying, and you almost feel like you're outbidding yourself. But when you take away a guy like Jawan Taylor, McGarry comes out to be one of the top 3 linemen that's out there as far as tackles. Isaiah Wynn's also out there from the Patriots.
He is. 404-741-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Chris, we put that poll up today because it's there at Dukes and Bell. Want to hear what you guys think online at Dukes and Bell 929. By the way, these franchise tag numbers, again, you're a quarterback. Let's just say it's Lamar. They don't work out a deal. He's going to get $32 million this year. He's not getting 50 like Aaron, which is where he wants to be. He's not getting 46, okay, like Patrick Mahomes, which is where he wants to be. Now, you're going to say, well, wait a minute, those guys have done more. We're not talking about that. The market is the market. And if you're considered one of these quarterbacks, Mike, this is the number. And the number is from 32 to somewhere between 46 and 48. Now, how much of that is guaranteed is really all that matters. But this is why these numbers are important. If you want to take care of Saquon Barkley, you're a Giants fan, you're going, let's franchise him. It's going to cost you $10 million. Now, are you paying him $10 million a year to work out a long-term deal?
See, that's the ultimate irony, because if you can't get a deal with Daniel Jones, you only get to tag one. Daniel Jones is not worth a new contract, to be honest, but they got the most out of him because Saquon Barkley was healthy for the first time in 3 years. So you've got to get Saquon back. Otherwise, the whole thing doesn't work for what Brian Dable's trying to do.
So I think like what Joel Corey was saying about our situation, you work out a long-term deal with the running back because the market is smaller, right? Meaning the money is less. But you got to franchise Daniel Jones to figure out where his value is. If Daniel Jones is a $32 million quarterback, which is very possible in this market, Lamar Jackson's a $40+ million quarterback.
Right.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, and that's where, we don't know what's going on in those negotiations, but Lamar has wanted anything from Patrick Mahomes to Deshaun Watson money. And as an MVP within the last 3 years, probably should get it. By the way, guys are coming at us on text and I go, whoa. How are we going to go do this? They don't want McGarry. So if you don't, and you don't want to get in the free agent pool for tackle, you would draft somebody like Peter Skoronski from Northwestern.
Correct.
And then you would have dressed. Yeah, again, not a lot of great edge rushers in the certainly in the free agent class. Great defensive tackles. Beau Morgan's been talking about Deron Payne. There's a couple of really good defensive tackles that would change the game for us here. But you go draft your tackle.
Well, see, that's the other thing. If you draft or if you go out and get one of these big time DTs in defensive tackles in free agency, and you move on from McGarry, Mike, and your draft strategy is Ritter's our quarterback, but now we've addressed the defensive line. We're going to go draft another offensive tackle, maybe the best guy on the board. Right. I'm fine with that.
And there will be now, the last few years, we went and did the Drake London pick because there was a run, Olave, and all the other wide receivers went. We are probably at 8 at the beginning of the big run on offensive tackles. Our buddy Daniel Jeremiah from NFL Network's got a really cool mock. Just some names. Again, Paris Johnson from Ohio State. We saw him here. There's Broderick Jones, of course, played at Georgia. There's a bunch of guys, and you could argue there might be 3 or 4 linemen. So if that's your strategy, you got to commit to offensive tackle, which is not sexy, and we haven't done it since Lindstrom, but we need to do it too. And I'd like to get it off the tree and not stick with the barrel.
All right, one last thing. Todd Monken introduced today as the coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens while we're talking about franchise tagging because, again, the window opened today. Here's what he said about Lamar Jackson.
Elite. He's got an elite skill set. I mean, it's obvious when you watch him on film. I mean, the things he can do with the football and the plays that he makes. And I think he's underrated as a passer. Maybe I think so in terms of his ability to make plays and throw it down the field. So you've all seen it. I mean, I'm like you. I'm no different than you. I watch what you guys watch, and it's pretty amazing.
Then pay him.
Right.
Now, Monken just got there.
He's walking into this hornet's nest.
But that's not his decision. His deal is how good, if you're here and he's back, how good is this offense going to be? But if he feels that way, and Harbaugh feels that way, and Bisciotti feels that way, pay him. All right, we got more to get to. You guys can go vote at Dukes and Bell 929 on our poll question about Caleb McGarry. When we come back, though, it's about putting in the work, and I mean it. It's Dukes and Bell. Well, and this news just coming in moments ago. And we have breaking news that we need to get to. We have a lot to talk about because I told you guys if you are going to do it, now is the time to do it. With a 9-game layoff, there needs to be a spark. Let's get to it.
92.9 The Game breaking news. Breaking news on 92.9 The Game is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
The Atlanta Hawks dismissed coach Nate McMillan today. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, he has been let go. Nate will no longer coach the Atlanta Hawks as we move past the All-Star break into the final 24 games of the season. So, we've talked about it. Atlanta, many of you wanted this. Many of you said this is the change that needed to happen. We do not know at this moment, okay, who is going to take over or what the circumstances are as to who will be running the team on a day-to-day basis. But the Atlanta Hawks have dismissed coach Nate McMillan, and he will no longer be the coach.
Yeah, as we said a lot the last few weeks, hate that it had to come to this, but it had to come to this, didn't it? I mean, you've got to do something, Carl, to get something out of this squad. You've got a core group that went to the Eastern Conference Finals. You've added DeJounte Murray. We talked about Travis Schlenk and all the things that have happened in the front office, but at the end of the day, there is a disconnect with the players. Those last 2 games are humiliating. Defense is what Nate wants. They don't play defense. Defense is hustle and commitment. So you're not listening to your coach. It's not fair to Nate, but coaches do get fired in this league all the time because you can't fire all 15 guys on a roster.
Joe Prunty is going to be the interim head coach, okay? And again, this is fluid. Stuff is coming down as we speak. Joe's been a coach for a while. He was the Bucks interim head coach for a while. He's been around the league, but he is going to take over as the interim head coach. All right, listen, there's a lot here. I told you guys that I did not believe that changing the coach would change a whole lot. We're about to find out. And the reason why this is important, and good luck to Nate, again, I thought he did an admirable job when he was the interim coach and took over and we went on our run. But Mike had said it. Maybe they had tuned him out, whatever the circumstances. But now we're about to find out, Atlanta, where the blame really lies. Because if we go on a run, Mike, and we are sparked by this, then it makes you wonder what was going on. But if we don't, then you have to wonder who will they bring in, because, again, I don't think this is the long-term answer. No disrespect to Joe. They're going to do a search, and they're going to make sure that they are trying to bring in somebody who can vibe with the star of this team, which is Trae Young. You want to keep DeJounte Murray around and not have him opt out early? You better get the right guy. But with Nate being dismissed today, Mike, it gives the Atlanta Hawks a lot of options to move forward. But this is news because a lot of you said they wouldn't do anything. And I said, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, you do it in the All-Star break. Although the All-Star break, of course, unlike baseball, it's not in the middle of the season. You've only got 23 games left. Nate had, 38 games left when he took over the team from Lloyd Pierce. And they went 27-11 all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. Joe Prunty, as Carl mentioned, he's a pop assistant back in the day, been in the NBA for years. He's the guy, for those who don't, you watch the Hawks on TV, the sort of the silver-haired with the glasses. That's the guy I'll be taking over. You see him in the huddle. You see him with the dry erase board. That's the guy that's going to be the interim head coach.
All right, Chris. Breaking news. I'm going to open up the phone lines at 404-741-0929. Okay? I want to hear from you guys. Does this change anything for you as a Hawks fan now as this is played out over the All-Star break? And we're going to come back, and first contest for us is Cleveland on Friday, okay? I don't know how much Joe is going to do things differently, if he will. I'm assuming, Mike, listen, he's going to over the last 24 games. We've got to make a push. 404-741-0929. How do you feel about this? Is it the right move? And where are you when it comes to these Hawks now with this move being made by our organization?
Trae Young was a relatively young player the last time this went down. And as we said, you had Lloyd Pierce, and they kind of apparently weren't laughing at the same jokes. Nate comes in. They go on this amazing run. One of the things that was kind of one of the hallmarks, would you say they played good defense under Nate on that stretch run?
Yes.
They played some good defense. That defense is non-existent right now with this Hawks team. And as you said, half-court offense for Prunty. Is there any things he felt maybe we can do and he can change? This team's got enough talent to be this, at bare minimum, to be the 6th seed and be locked in the playoffs.
You start your search immediately. I think, Mike, to be honest with you, this has been going on. I think this has been going on.
Surprised now they don't do this out of respect to the All-Star weekend. That's why, I mean, you could have done it yesterday.
Correct.
You could have done it.
You don't take any attention away.
You don't do it on a Friday or Saturday, obviously.
You don't
or
take
Sunday.
any attention away from All-Star festivities. You become the story. That's not something they wanted to do. But now we're in this break, and we're going to get a chance to see how this shakes out. Let's grab Sean in Conyers, who wants to talk about Nate McMillan being let go. Sean, thank you for listening. Breaking news as Nate has been fired. The Hawks are starting their search immediately for a head coach. Again, Joe Prunty is going to be the interim. What are you thinking? How do you feel about this?
First, thanks for taking my call, guys. I feel like it needed to be done, and I agree with you in that we're really going to find out who is to blame, because I didn't really see a problem with Nate asking the guys to play defense, because when you watch the playoffs, the teams that really play defense end up making it deep into the playoffs and end up going to the finals. So I don't know if the Hawks are going to go for just an all-out offensive. I can't remember the name of the coach who used to coach Phoenix, who was like,
Mike D'Antoni, yeah.
Mike D'Antoni was like, yeah, we'll cover the defense by playing, more offense or whatever. I don't know if that's going to be the Hawks' strategy. But like you said, we're going to find out who's to blame, because if they still can't get it together with a new coach who maybe goes with an all-out offensive, then I think it'll be on the players.
Appreciate the phone call. Thank you for chiming in. You can hit us up at 404-741-0929. I don't think you've been paying attention to us. This is shocking.
No. I mean, if anything, you hate to have this happen, but when the team is floundering the way it is and wrestlers paid, he hasn't gotten the luxury tax, but he's right at the cusp of it. He spent a lot of money on this team. Team's underperforming. I said, Carl, back in December, I thought the time was to do it. And Steve Koonin said, let's let this team get healthy. Well, guess what? They're healthy, and they've been a 500 team all season, and they're still a 500 team. Because they don't. And the other thing is, we've said it a million times. It's not always Nate versus Trey, although the conversation sometimes feels that way. What is the Hawks' identity? What was our identity under Nate the last 2 seasons? You can't even think of one.
Now, Ime Udoka is out there. I do think he will get a second chance. The Celtics have already made their interim coach, who took over for Ime Udoka, their head coach. They've already made that move. Ime Udoka is not going back to the Celtics, is my point. He will be available. I don't know who else they may be looking at, Mike, but I know a lot of our listeners are saying, just go get Ime Udoka. This is what I know, guys. And we're going to grab Chris in College Park, Bogey in Snellville here in just a second. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. If you're just joining us, Nate has been fired by our Atlanta Hawks. We get back to action on Friday. Trae Young's been here 5 seasons. We're about to be on Coach 3. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not telling you it's wrong, but sometimes this is not a perfect fit. You don't put the shoe on and it fits perfectly, and you walk out of the store and you go, man, sometimes those shoes have to be broken in. And I think for us to just sit here and go, well, this is the way it's supposed to be, in year 7, if we're talking about 5 coaches, it's a problem. So I want to know, Mike, where this goes with the vision of whoever's going to take this over, and what is the plan for Trae and how this works.
Well, whether you believe that there's a disconnect with Nate and Trae, and there was certainly a lot was reported earlier this year. And again, one photo, guys, after winning against Portland doesn't mean everything is kumbaya, but that's how some of you guys break this down. Look, Trae at some point needs to be the leader on this team and be the focal point, and not just be the guy who shrugs and says, well, we'll try harder next time, and, well, we didn't really play. You just want some accountability. We did hear that from DeJounte Murray. I don't understand how Trae's three-point shooting goes down. I don't know how bringing in DeJounte Murray and makes Trae more of a facilitator. I thought DeJounte would be the facilitator and Trae would be the three-point shooter. But you guys have told me that was Nate's scheme. Then if that's Nate's scheme, he should have been fired at Christmas, because it makes no sense.
Yep.
So let's get some motion. Let's get John Collins. Let's design some stuff for John Collins while we're paying him $25 million a year. Also things Nate doesn't do on a consistent basis. DeAndre Hunter's effort, that's from DeAndre Hunter. You got to look at the man in the mirror, just like we talk about Trae.
Let's grab Chris on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game in College Park. Chris, what are your thoughts on Nate McMillan being fired by the Hawks?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm supremely disappointed and also relieved for Nate on a personal level. I think he's at his wits' end. I've been on different shows saying that. He's at his wits' end, didn't know how to capture the team anymore. I think he exhausted a lot of his energy. And true enough, Mike, I was dismayed at some of the calls and stuff that transpired with the team, but I think it was Nate. Old school approach, just trying to, search for anything he could to spark the team, and the message had got lost. It's very disappointing that this is the man that they got the spark under to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and here we are a couple years, 18 months later, and he's lost his job. I'll be real interested to see if this coach who was under Popovich gets a spark under them, kind of like Budenholzer, a protege of Popovich, but I'll be interested in these last few games, and I hope to God that this guy sticks, and maybe we can do something next season. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, as we said earlier, Prunty is the sort of gray-haired guy you see with glasses. Has been with Nate for a number of years, and he's been, as you mentioned, with Pop. So his pedigree is pretty solid. He's been a lifer in the NBA.
All right, here's the deal. Well, listen, with this breaking news, we're going to push Grant. Let's push Grant if we can. Okay, Grant's supposed to join us, but this is something that a lot of Hawks fans had been talking about. We've been in the arena. You guys know we're down there. We're around this team. This is a lot of chatter, but it happened today, and they pulled the trigger. We want to hear more from you, and we're going to talk more about it. We're going to push Grant. Grant's going to join us at 5:40. We'll push him into the 6 o'clock hour to talk about Braves, Hawks, fire, Nate McMillan. It's Dukes and Bell. More of your thoughts at 404-741-0929. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Now.
to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. If you're just joining us, the Hawks have fired Nate McMillan. We are in the midst of an all-star break. Our team plays again on Friday against the Cavaliers. Joe Prunty is going to be the interim head coach. I want to say something here real quick, and then we're going to grab your phone calls. I know we got a lot of people who are holding on at 404-741-0929, and this is just reaction. We've talked about this all season long. What's wrong with this team? Why are we not living up to the abilities of what we thought this would be? We think we're a top 4 team in the East. We hadn't played like it. And there's been too many ups and downs, and we're not a 500 team. I mean, we're barely a 500 team. Mike, here's the thing I want to point out, and then we're going to grab some more phone calls. I said to you months ago, Kenny Atkinson wants to play. Now, the job wasn't open, and I don't even know if Kenny wants to come. But I got to tell you guys this, and I know Kenny. Mike, he turned down Michael Jordan and a job to coach the Charlotte Hornets because he didn't feel like things were right with the management, okay? If things are not right here, meaning who has a voice and how things are done, he's not taking the job. And I could say that could go for Quinn Snyder or any of these other guys that people are talking about right now that may want to come. I think there'll be a nice list of candidates, but if you're going to go Charles Lee, one of the Bucks assistants, now you're talking about the Bud coaching tree.
They're bringing Coach Bud's style back.
All these things that you want might play. But I'm telling you, I know some of these guys, they're not going to come in with dysfunction in the front office because that means they'll be here 2 years and it'll be a waste of time.
Right.
Some things got to get figured out.
What do you think the perception of Trey is around the league? I think we learned a little bit of that by the fact that his peers didn't respect him enough to put him on the All-Star team, even as a reserve. Do you think that translates to coaches knowing that I may win some games, but ultimately it's going to come to a head with my superstar?
Whoever comes in here, and I don't even know what Joe Prunty's relationship is with Trey, but let's just say it's let's say it's Quinn Snyder, Mike. Let's say it's one of these guys we're talking about. His number one job is going to be to try to come to understanding with Trey about what they want to get accomplished. His job is to facilitate Trey to help him become a champion. How do I do that? I don't know what happened with Nate. All I know is you guys told me this was the answer 2 years ago, and Mike was just telling me it looks so good. How can it look so bad now? I don't know. But what I do know is this is a new opportunity for this team to reset. So, Mike, in the same season, and here's the other thing. If you're an outsider looking in, you got rid of the general manager who had the plan, and now you've gotten rid of the coach, and the general manager said, hey, we want to elevate this guy because look what he did. Right. This is a clean slate.
Yep. So, hopefully, Now, I don't even know if we want to entertain the idea that Prunty can do a great job because Nate was an interim who did 27 and 11, 38 games. This interim will have 23 games to get this team in. And I know that the schedule is one of the tougher ones in the games remaining for the Hawks. I believe it's second toughest schedule in the conference. So this is going to be a work. Now, unless there were things that some of the assistants felt we could do, and Nate was the guy that was just, nope, not allowing that to happen and evolve. But, Trey, there's got to be accountability. Yes, you can lose 2 coaches in the space of 3 seasons. Something's wrong. How much of that is on the guy who's the superstar and should be the leader of this team? We're going to find out. This is going to be a nice sample size. 23 games. Do these guys start playing a lick of defense? Carl, just real quick. 2021 run when he took over, they played good defense.
They did.
How do you think we got there? How do you think we almost beat the Bucks? They played good D. Hadn't played any since. Really haven't.
All right. 404-741-0929. Quinn Snyder, if you're not familiar, he was with us, as a matter of fact. He was here with Coach Bud. Left, went to the Jazz, had a nice run, Mike, and then was like, I need a mental break. I don't know where his head's at. I don't know if Quinn Snyder wants to get back into coaching right now. He could easily have done that, so we'll see. Kenny Atkinson is the top assistant with the Golden State Warriors with Steve Kerr's staff. Charles Lee is with Coach Bud with the Bucks. These are names that we're throwing out there. Ime Udoka is pretty much a free agent, guys. He was let go with the Celtics.
And it's really all a matter of the franchise and how the organization feels. Some folks, and there were some stories written in it, said that maybe Udoka's got to sit out a year or more until it gets some of the heat is off of that story. Some folks, it depends on the culture in your organization. If you feel there's female employees that said that's not an option. That was the situation in Brooklyn. That's why Jacques Vaughn got the job.
All right, let's talk to Bogey in Snellville. Bogey, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. How are you feeling about Nate being let go for our Atlanta Hawks?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
First time caller, long time listener.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I feel like Nate being let go was due. I think that the team was showing a lot of disrespect in terms of Nate and not following his his game plan. At least it appeared they weren't following his game plan. But let me throw a name out there. I would like to see Mark Jackson. I think that Mark Jackson could come in here, being an old point guard, to work with Trey, and maybe find out exactly what the real problem is.
It's a great pull. Now, for the guys who don't remember, Mark Jackson was coaching Golden State before Steve Kerr, and Mark Jackson kind of got a little sideways, and some of the folks in that town, he had some religious points of view that didn't jive with some other folks. So it was kind of a victim of PC. He segued since the television, and obviously Mark does a fantastic job. Would Mark want to get out of the booth?
Hand down, man down. If you're going to tell me, now listen, if you're just talking about the point guard position, we just had a coach who played that. Matter of fact, he played alongside one of the great defensive players in the game, in Gary Payton. So if you're saying this is just a new voice with Mark Jackson and maybe Jackson can relate more to our star, so be it. But the whole point guard thing, we just had that.
Yeah, Nate was. Yeah.
We just had that. So I don't know if that's the answer. If you're telling me the answer is a guy that can maybe relate to Trey more, because I got to tell you, Mark Jackson is loved by Steph Curry, loved, okay, by Klay Thompson. Wasn't their fault that he wasn't there for this run that probably should have, gotten him a few rings. Either way, I have no problems with that. Listen, Patrick or Bogey, let's put all these guys on the table and see what fits and then who's interested. I have no issues with whatsoever you saying Mark Jackson if he wants to coach again.
Now, there was something that was out there that Mark Jackson did bring some accountability to Golden State as they were rebuilding that team. Then, of course, they ran it, whether it was the Clippers, they got beat in the playoffs, and the thing popped up about some situations of homophobia he was accused of, and that's why they pushed San Francisco for obvious reasons. That's going to be a sticky issue. I love Mark Jackson. I love it. That'd be a great hire, but again, he's 9 years removed from being a coach in the NBA.
All right, let's grab Patrick in Buford. You're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The Hawks have fired Nate McMillan. We are in the All-Star break. Patrick, how are you feeling about this? What do you think it means?
I think it means, well, first of all, thank you guys for taking my call. Here's the issue. It's not that difficult. You have your best player doesn't want to do things when he doesn't want to do things, and no coach worth his salt will come here when your best player is tied up to the owner's son, and anything I tell him to do that he doesn't want to do, he can just go over my head. No coach worth his salt wants to do that. No person wants to do that in work at all, where I go into a job and I know I can't tell the people under me what to do because I know they're cool with my boss. Nobody wants to do that. The issue is you have your best player does not listen and does not want to do the things when he doesn't want to do them, if that makes sense.
It does. It does make perfect sense.
Right. For guys who are not familiar with what we're talking about here, the article that came out after Christmas in The Athletic about Nick Ressler and his expanded role in running the Hawks, and things you could argue may have been some friction which created Travis Schlenk being forced out, including the give to get DeJounte Murray, what you gave in draft picks amongst others. So, yeah, it's a great point. And you lose credibility in that locker room. I got to be honest, but Nate's not the only coach who has to deal with whether it's the owner's son. It's a players' league. Players dictate. Coaches get fired all the time. That's just the way it is. I mean, look what happened in Brooklyn. Nash was out before he was even there.
You're right. Let's go to Chip. Chip, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Thank you for listening. Hawks fire Nate McMillan. What do you think?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Not surprising. They had to do something, and they did. I hate it for Nate, but I think it just grew stale with what he was trying to put out there, and you could see the product wasn't working. And to say this about Hunter, we know when we drafted Hunter that he was a defensive player, and I got to come to his defense a little bit because he was never an offensive player. Worked on his game and got there, but the referees are just not letting that guy show everybody his potential of being a defensive stopper. Only thing I see Hunter do is always raise his hand, what I'm doing. Right. But to get back to Nate, I just hated Trey. Y'all can leave Trey alone. He did everything that they asked him to do. He came in. He transitioned as a facilitator. You can see his stats. He giving the ball to all the guys that need the ball. And, of course, his three-point shot going to be short. I mean, he is not going to be as consistent because he don't shoot as much. And that's all I got to say, guys. But I enjoy your show.
Appreciate that. And that was a question I was asking Carl earlier. I thought when DeJounte Murray got here, that would mean Trey without the ball more. And I'm glad that Trey's getting more guys involved, but that makes no sense. DeJounte Murray brings the ball up. They need to be on the floor more often. And you needed to add maybe some veteran point guard help so you could keep those guys on the floor at the same time. And by the way, DeAndre Hunter, his scoring is up 2.5 points, but it's a great point. He's in a lot of foul trouble.
More to get to, guys. Hawks fire Nate McMillan. The Hawks have put out an official presser. It is official. And we're going to continue to talk about it with you at 404-741-0929. When Mike and I come back, there's something that needs to be addressed about this. We'll tell you about it next.
talk show in Atlanta for your ride home. Brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Visit windownation.com.
The Atlanta Hawks dismissed Coach Nate McMillan today. According to Adrian Wojnarowski, he has been let go. Nate will no longer coach the Atlanta Hawks as we move past the All-Star break into the final 24 games of the season. So, we've talked about it. Atlanta, many of you wanted this. Many of you said this is the change that needed to happen.
Yeah, as we said a lot the last few weeks, hate that it had to come to this, but it had to come to this, didn't it? I mean, you've got to do something, Carl, to get something out of this squad. You've got a core group that went to the Eastern Conference Finals. You've added DeJounte Murray.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Well, how's this going to turn out? I can't wait. I'm here for it. I'll be honest with you.
4.5, by the way, behind the Knicks. They're 9.5 games out. We're 13 games out. The Knicks are 33-27. That would be the benchmark we would be shooting for. I would say, now not in the play-in. I want 6 seed.
Yeah.
But with 23 games left, that gets you to minimum like a 15-8 kind of run, which I don't know these cats can put together. Unless Nate was such an old saw and they were so tuned out that it wasn't just Trey. You know, Trey's not happy. But if you really, sometimes you see it in all sports. Sometimes the coach gets got and there's a bounce. This is a team that has talent.
Yeah.
No one debates the talent. It's how you maximize the talent.
We had lost 4 of our last 6 before the break. So, and that included the Knicks coming in here
2
and beating us.
humiliating losses in a row.
Yep. The Hawks fire Nate McMillan today. It's official. They have put out a press release as well. We've been talking about it with you for the last 35, 40 minutes here on the show, and we will continue to. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're going to head to Florida, talk to Grant McCauley about our Braves. Lots of stuff going on today, but this now front and center because, as we discussed this last week, and part of my, conversation with you was, if you're going to do it, now's the time to do it. You got 9 days. And they decide to pull the trigger on this and move on from Nate. Here's what needs to be addressed, Mike, and then we're going to get back to the phones at 404-741-0929. Good move. How you feeling? I think a lot of people have been very reasonable in their comments. Bogey, Patrick, Chip, all you guys that we've talked to here over the last 30, 40 minutes, very calculated as to how they feel about this, Mike, but they all agree this probably needed to happen.
Yeah, I said this back in December. I remember Steve Koonin said, no, we got to get all these guys healthy and watch them make a run. And there's no run. This team is a 500 team. It's been a 500 team all season. That's why I said Christmas week. I'm sorry, we got to make changes. We said it earlier. They didn't do this on Friday, guys, or through the weekend because then it takes away from the NBA All-Star Game. It's not the way things are done in professional sports. You don't want to be the story. If your team does do that, then your owner's an idiot. So now they move on a Monday. This is obviously in the works all weekend. And they released a statement to the Hawks. It's kind of boilerplate, expressing their appreciation of the job Nate did. And Nate did a great job. Let's be honest. Part of the reason back 2 years ago, nobody other than you and I wanted Nate to get a contract is everyone looked at his record. He had never gotten out of the first round anywhere. And he stops in Seattle, Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And so this is one where, we exceeded expectations and then it kind of reverted back and it looks a lot like what his other stops were. He's a good man. You and I have had great conversations. Andy, Randy have had good conversations. He wasn't working for free, guys. Minimum is $2 million in the league. The elite coaches get $8 to $11 million in this league. So, yeah, for whatever reason, Nate's salary's never been made public. But you hate to see anybody lose their job, but this is results-driven business. So let's be honest, Carl. You got to get the job done. You can't fire all the players.
Yeah, I do feel like Nate probably is a little bit relieved because this has been a struggle bus. And when the rumors come out, and I don't start them, I just talk about them once they're out, that he's thinking about stepping down, that was not fake news. So, Mike, your head was already in a place where this is not working. I don't know if we can turn this around, and I'm struggling with these guys. I kind of feel like it's probably a relief. But here's what I want to say, and then we're going to grab your phone calls. Landry Fields, Kyle, Korver, pressure's on. We are in the 5th year of our star who just got a max deal. Moves have been made, whether they were by you guys or around you guys or whatever happened. But the general manager and the assistant general manager and Mike, this makeup of this new front office, the pressure's on. We got to get the coach right, and we got to get the stars aligned on this team. If that does not happen, there will be more of this because the owner is not going to sit back and continue to lose when they're trying to do all these things around State Farm Arena, Mike, and more importantly, create a winning culture here. We had it for one season. And then we lost all of that momentum. So now we've got a clean slate. And I'm just putting it out there and saying, I don't know what the plans are. I don't know who they're going to hire, Mike. But now the pressure is on the guys who are calling the shots.
Right. Got to get it right. Got to figure out what the plan is here. Are you going to blow it up? Are you going to continue to – I mean, let's be honest. You kind of gone off of a Travis Schlenk's game plan here. And, we thought that, at the time, Cam Reddish and DeAndre Hunter getting two guys, a Duke player and a guy from a UVA national championship who plays great D. And that's just not really working unless you feel that some other coach can get more out of DeAndre Hunter. Or is DeAndre Hunter going to be just like everybody else on this roster, like John Collins, the island of misfit toys?
Yes.
Some days he pops for 20, some days he's non-existent. The game that got everybody so excited and the guy that got us talking about the contract extension for Hunter goes for 31 in that elimination game against the Heat. But that has been the exception, not the rule ever since. Can we find a way to get this half-court offense going? I've never, and I said it to you before, just don't understand how this DeJounte Murray thing is not making Trey a better three-point, more open looks, more explosive. If you had told me that Trey wasn't going to be an all-star this year, I said, no way.
I agree. I thought, hands down. Starting the season, Mike, with DeJounte Murray, I'm like, oh, this is a wrap. These guys are going to kill it. They haven't come together like that. Not consistently. All right, let's grab some of your thoughts, some of your phone calls. Hawks fans want to hear from you. Here's the thing, too. Can we say this? We shouldn't have to. We want winners. Mike and I want winners. We talk about our teams with a passion because we want winners. We need the Falcons to get right. The Braves got right, and they're good, and we think they'll be good again. We need Atlanta United to get right again. Right. Georgia's right. They're running up the chips. That's what this is about. Let's be the city that dominates the sports landscape. So when we start talking about the Hawks, and you're like, yeah, things don't change. They got to get it right. I don't care how you feel about Nate or the star on the team or any of that. This is about winning. 404-741-0929. Let's grab Rod in Douglasville. Rod, hey, man, how are you feeling about Nate being fired, and what do you think about it?
Hey, man, thank you for taking my call. My first time actually getting on with you.
All right.
I listen to you every day.
Thank you.
But my thing, I kind of feel it might be a case where it might be that time, but I don't really look at it as per se being mostly Nate's fault. I look at basketball. I played, just pick up ball and different things of that nature. But it's a team sport. We all have to work together. And if you got certain ones that's not trying to work with others, you're going to do nothing but fail.
And again, we've had a lot of folks.
Yeah,
and a lot of folks have said, and so one of our producers says, Beau, all the time, that Trey's got to take a more leadership role. And if Nate's selling it, Trey's got to buy it and extol what the coach is throwing down. Now, I got to be honest, on Trey's defense, if some of this game plan doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense, your nature is as a superstar, well, I'm not going to roll with that. And that's just not Trey. I mean, it sucks that that's the way it is in the NBA, but that's the way it is in the NBA.
That's the way it is. It really is. Hey, Rod, thanks for listening, man. We appreciate you dialing us up for the first time in Douglasville, and thank you for listening. Tell your friends, man. Mike in Noonan wants to talk about Nate McMillan being fired today by the Hawks. Again, we will not play again until Friday against the Cavaliers. We're in the All-Star break, guys, so they still have a couple of days off. But where are you at, Mike in Noonan? What do you think about this?
Well, I do appreciate you taking my call. I do feel like there's something that's very polarizing that's going on with the Hawks, and for a long time, or seemed like a long time, a lot of times we would hear about Trey and John Collins, and while Nate, there was no change. It was like Mark Richt. He was the coach, and we had great players, but we could never get over the hump, and they had to make a change, and now they're over the hump. So maybe this will help change the paradigm, but I do think that there is some internal things going on because we hear the same names, we hear the same results, and it's the same thing. So something has to change. Nate is the first piece, so we will see. Because if we change things at the top, but we don't change things at the bottom, everything in between has nowhere to go. So that's just kind of what I see. I do believe there's some polarizing things going on. And you have to sometimes look at those things, and we have to be willing to peek behind the curtain, expose ourselves. And I just think there's some things going on that you're seeing the same results with the same people.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
See, that's the thing. When you make a move like we did with Luka and Trey, is a coach. He's a coach killer, Carl, and Luka's now at the same. He's advanced as far as Trey has, but now Luka's leading the league in scoring, and Luka's a perennial big game player in big moments.
Jason Kidd's been great.
And that's just it. Is there a coach other than Trey's dad who can come in here and get the most out of Trey? And that's what we're going to be looking for. But I just think to sit there and say that you're going to absolve Trey Young of any involvement or any responsibility that he's gone through 2 coaches now in less than 2 seasons, that's silly to me. That's just, now you're being too much of a fanboy on that one.
Well, Mike and Noonan, here's the thing, and I think he's so right about this. So we'll change coaches again. But if we get to a point where we are mediocre and not achieving our goals, it's time to trade the star. That's it. Because it's not working. I'm not there yet. I don't want to be there. I want to believe this can work, but I'm not going to fool myself and sit here and go, well, we'll change another coach and it'll work. At some point, it's like beating your head against the wall and you're going, what's the common denominator? So somebody, Mike, and this has been my issue all season long, somebody's got to buy in. Somebody's got to buy in. And I don't know if it's under Coach Joe Prunty. I don't know if it's one of the other guys that we've mentioned that might get a job opportunity here, but that's part of this. All right, we got to take one more.
And by the way, I get it. It looks bad when you got to fire a coach twice in 2 years mid-season. Doesn't look good for your organization. That's why, Carl, they were hesitant to do this. But I just thought the writing was on the wall, before even the new year started. I just wish they'd done this sooner. I mean, out of respect to the fans and everything, let's get on with this thing as far as prolonging something that wasn't working.
Landry Fields, general manager, has put out a statement. I'm going to read it to you guys, short. I would like to thank Nate for his leadership and for professionalism during his time with the Hawks. He is truly a class act, and we appreciate the graciousness and work ethic he brought with him every day. Decisions like these, especially in season, are always extremely difficult, but we believe it's in the best interest of our team to move forward with another voice leading the way. That is the statement from Landry Fields, general manager of our Atlanta Hawks. All right, Chris, we got time for one more here. Let's grab Gary in the ATL. Gary, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about the Hawks firing Nate McMillan. Again, won't play again until Friday. What are you thinking, Gary?
First, I want to say you guys are my favorite. Listen to you all the time. I think I'm really more disappointed in Nate, even though Trey is culpable. But Nate is twice his age. Nate should know better. How do you talk a coach out of quitting? I've been watching the NBA since I was 12. I'm 63. I've never heard of that. Never in my life. How do you quit in the middle of a season? It was difficult, and I do understand that. He checked out. From the time when he had Trey taking the ball out, not once, but twice on the sideline, and they put a 6'10" guy on, I knew then he was checked out. So, I'm glad they made the move. And like you said, they should have made it sooner. And, true enough, Trey is culpable, but Trey is young. So I can understand a little more and be a little more tolerant of someone that's young versus a guy that's not only played in the league, he's coached in the league. And I've had issues with his rotation. So you guys do a great job. I'll sit back and listen, and thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Gary. We thank you for listening to Dukes and Bell. Mike, all those things he said, you've been saying you've had an issue with.
Yeah, sometimes I just don't understand what we're trying to do in the half court. Like the inbounds play was an embarrassment. That's an embarrassment. That's what had a lot of folks hot. Look, you got a lot of great athletes on this team, so let's maximize the talent. And then if the new coach can't, then maybe we got to change the talent. But let's get the plan working first. It makes sense.
All right, guys, we're going to come back. We're going to head to spring training, talk about the Braves, because Grant McCauley's down there. One Brave said he may not have been doing everything he could have possibly done over the last couple of seasons to be the best that he could be. We're going to talk about that and more with Grant next.
and then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell. Let's go, baby! Let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
We are going to get back into the Hawks firing Nate McMillan, which is the most important story of the day. We want to spend a few minutes with Grant McCauley down at Northport. Spring training going on, and then we're going to get back to your phone calls and more about Nate being let go, which is the top story, guys, if you're just joining us. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Again, Joe Prunty is going to be the interim coach for our Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, as we said, Grant, he's the guy, kind of a silver-haired devil with the glasses you see in the scrum. And, again, he's been around the league for years and assisted with Pop. And thanks for your flexibility today, Grant. Obviously, you're working your butt off down there, but the Nate thing kind of just dropped on our lap. What's going on down there, man? I'm a little worried about Soroka. I know it's got to work out for him to get back on the mound. How concerned are you with him having a kind of delay getting into the action?
Yeah, I was definitely more concerned, a little more curious before we finally got to speak to him this morning. And he kind of, grinned and said, yeah, I didn't really have a lot to talk about the last few days. But now with the full squad here, Mike Soroka came, not out of hiding, but he came out and talked to the media and said, look, I was a little concerned with his hamstring thing, but it has really calmed down for him. He is throwing on the side, so that's a good thing. And once he's able to run, he's going to be able to jump back into all of the things that the other pitchers are doing, the fielding practices, the bullpen sessions, and then most importantly for him, getting on the mound for exhibition starts. He still sees all of that ahead of him as his goal this coming month, and he still is very optimistic that he's going to make the opening day roster. So as we know, he has been through an odyssey, and hearing that and seeing how upbeat he was and also just how much perspective he's kept throughout this entire process made me feel a little bit more confident in Soroka's chances as he heads into his spring training and getting everything really started the way he wants to.
What's the deal with Marcell Ozuna saying what he said? Now, again, sometimes you could say, well, I'm glad he said it, but I don't know if all Braves fans feel like him saying if you are not working and you don't do what you need to do, you are going to be down, meaning performance. So that's what happened the last couple of years. That's how he answered a question as to what's been going on. How do you perceive that, Grant, with Marcell Ozuna, and what is his role going to be as we get to the season?
Yeah, and I was in that scrum, talking to Marcell once he reported, which was, Monday when mandatory day for all position players was, and he was among probably half a dozen, maybe it was 7 or 8 guys that reported on that final day. So it wasn't like he was, holding out the last one there. And I think he has worked over the course of the offseason, and I also feel like he may be at this crossroads in his career, but personally, professionally, a lot has happened for Marcell Ozuna over the past couple of years. That might be the understatement of this call, but he did go home and work on the things that he could and said one of the most important things was working on his arm. The other most important thing for him was simply clearing his head and believing that he can get back to being a productive hitter. Brian Snitker kind of echoed that. A couple of years ago, in 2020, this was an MVP candidate. That's why the Braves signed into a 4-year extension, and to this point, they have not gotten anything out of it that they wanted, and for Marcell, his whole career has kind of derailed. So I think that perspective-wise, there's a lot to unpack and digest over the last 2 years, but if you're looking for good things to take out of this, with some recognition by Marcell that this is, the accountability is here, and if he wants to continue his big league career, he's going to need to take the reins right now and really direct it in the way that he needs to and maybe has needed to for a while now.
It is our man, Grant McCauley, guys, live from Brave Spring Training. More on the Nate McMillan firing coming up here on Dukes and Bell. And look, I appreciate his honesty, Grant, but I got to be honest. He's dug enough of a hole with much of the fan base. So sure. It's kind of. I remember with the Marlins, he was not a bad fielder. So it almost like it reinforces that there's a little bit of laziness because he's kind of become a butcher in the outfield.
No, he had a Gold Glove in Miami, but that's a long time ago. And I think that, his value for this, and we can talk about him working on his arm and, putting in the extra time that a lot of people could point to and say, well, why haven't you done this earlier? His value is as a hitter. And if they're going to get something out of him in this contract this year, it's going to have to be as a DH in my mind, because they've got Eddie Rosario and about 4 or 5 other veteran outfielders with a lot of different skill sets that they're going to be looking to have both as a left field platoon option, perhaps DH options, and certainly reserve outfielders, because they don't have Adam Duvall, they don't have Guillermo Heredia, so they're kind of recasting this whole thing. If Marcell wants to be in this picture, and keeping in mind that DH could get crowded with either Sean Murphy or Travis d'Arnaud on any given day, he better go out there and hit. That's the biggest thing for me that I need to see from Marcel. And for the Braves, as they look at this contract and getting into 2 years, $37 million left, maybe last year was a little bit too much to decide, hey, we're going to eat this contract. They're going to give it this one more time. But if he's not productive and has any more trouble off the field, I would imagine the Braves have probably reached the point where they're just going to look to move on, and I think he's aware of that.
Grant, what else are you watching and paying attention to, at least right now? It's early in camp. First spring training game is Saturday. We know that. Grapefruit League play. But what else are you paying attention to right now that you think Braves fans should be aware of?
Yeah, the Soroka news obviously is something that everybody's had a chance to kind of digest over the last few days. But hearing a little bit of an update from him today that's of the positive variety is a good thing. But I've been watching Ian Anderson. He's looking to incorporate a slider into his pitch mix this year. That could be a difference maker for him because he needs a viable third pitch to be able to go through big league lineups the second, third, maybe even fourth time through if you want to get really optimistic about it. But he's needed that pitch and consistency. He made some mechanical adjustments, and hopefully that's going to help him be able to get back to the pitcher that was helping the Braves do a lot of winning in 2020 and 2021, and he even won 10 games last year. It just didn't look pretty throughout that process. But that fifth starter spot, certainly something I'm watching. Bryce Elder's a name to keep in mind there as well. And then, of course, at shortstop, we're going to see Vaughn Grissom get this chance to be the guy at shortstop, and, he's continuing to put in that work. But I think as much as anything, he's lived the whole story all year long or all winter long about working with Ron Washington. He's ready to go and play some games and really start to see the dividends of all this hard work.
It's our man Grant McCauley talking about the Braves. I know we mentioned what's going on with Soroka. How concerned should Braves fans be about Kyle Wright having to get the shot, which is not the right kind, cortisone? How much of spring training is he going to miss, if everything?
I think he's a couple of weeks behind, but he has already started to ramp up his throwing program again. Okay. This was something that the best time to do it was honestly when he did, not come to camp trying to grit his way through, and now you got to get an injection, and then you got to wait 3, 4, 5 weeks and try to get yourself back in late April or early May. So they're still optimistic that this is something that won't have Kyle, down for too long. He'll be able to make his exhibition starts beginning in probably the middle portion of that schedule of the month of March, and then get 3, 4 starts and be ready to get his first regular season start at some point on the season opening road trip, likely in St. Louis.
Grant, great stuff, man. We just want to check in with you. It's a fun time because no games have played. We all have a lot of hope about what this team's going to be. Can't wait till we start seeing some spring training games and getting a feel for some of the guys that we're talking about. Grant, we'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much.
Yeah, excited to catch up with you guys soon. Take care.
You got it. Yeah, man, big story today. It dropped about 5:20 right as we're coming out of commercial. Is it Nate McMillan? And again, if you're going to do it, as you said last week, this is the time they're going to do it. The Hawks dismiss him as head coach.
Yeah, I'm looking at the reactions, and I just retweeted and reposted our reaction that Chris put out there at 92.9 The Game as we were talking about where we're going to find out where the blame lies. If we go on a run, okay, then everybody obviously is going to say it was Nate, just like you did when it was LP.
Yeah.
Right?
It's all Lloyd Pierce's fault. Right?
And so all of a sudden it will feel good. I just don't know if that is the real answer, Mike. Is it the makeup of the team? Is it just simply the coach getting through to the team and its stars? There's a lot to figure out here. And by the way, I got to mention this, and we're going to come back and take more of your phone calls, guys. Landry Fields, the general manager of our Hawks, is going to be on the midday show tomorrow at 12:20 with Andy and Randy. Okay? So we just got confirmation of that from scheduling standpoints and all that stuff. So 12:20, Landry Fields, if you want to hear from the general manager tomorrow with Andy and Randy here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I mean, right now, the Heat are kind of, they lost 2 in a row. The Knicks were the team that humiliated you. That's the thing. When you have the kind of losses that the Hawks had, you gave up 60 to the worst team in the NBA in the first half of the Spurs. You get humiliated again by Charlotte. And then a game with a great crowd at State Farm, and you blow it in a game that's a must-win. You've got to win a bunch of games, Carl. I'm not sure they can get to the right percentage in the remaining 23 to get into that 6th seed. That's where the Knicks are right now. 6 games over 500. We're a game under 500.
Yeah, one of our listeners said, guys, I think we can salvage the season. Okay. Well, I didn't feel that way before the All-Star break.
Well, Joe Prunty's going to bring some new age stuff, I guess, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to get another head coach in here. Some of this has got to be on training the players because that was a complete lack of effort, those 2 losses we talked about.
All right, we're coming back. More of you at 404-741-0929. No game winner. Nate's fired.
Serious business today.
We're talking with you guys, all right? It's coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. John Chuckery's coming up. He's got a full show for you tonight. Lots to get to. If you're just tuning in, however you're accessing this show, smart speaker, whether you're in the car or on your computer, Nate McMillan was fired today by our Atlanta Hawks. We've talked a little bit about some of the potential candidates, and then we're going to grab your phone calls, guys, because tomorrow, again, 12:20, Landry Fields, the general manager of our Hawks, will be on with the midday show. He did put out a statement, the Hawks did today, thanking Nate for everything that he did. Mike, the three, and these are obvious, okay? There could be somebody that maybe they like that we're not aware of, okay? This front office, we're still learning about the nuances of this front office. But Quinn Snyder's out there, did a great job with Utah. He was under Coach Bud here for a while before he took that job. Charles Lee is currently under Coach Bud in Milwaukee, one of the top assistants. Kenny Atkinson is the number one assistant with Golden State and Steve Kerr. These are guys, the names, Mike, are being thrown out there, but we need to see what the interim coach does, and you said it. I don't know if this is the long-term answer with Joe Prunty, but he's going to get the shot right now.
Yeah, Joe's got 3 rings from his time with Popovich in the salad days of the San Antonio Spurs, but he's been around the league for many years, and as we said, the best way to describe Joe, unless you're friends with him, is he's the gray-haired individual with the glasses that you see who's drawing up plays, and maybe these guys will respond to him. A lot of theories, a lot of stuff running from our listeners, and we get it. Like, I don't hate Trae Young. I just want Trae to be the guy he was 2 years ago on a consistent basis. If that's hate, I apologize. I want everything. Carl laid it out. We want every team, every player in this town to play to their maximum effort. That's why I'm so disgusted in Marcelo Zuna. On that jersey they sent me. But no, in this case, just everybody step up. Because when a coach gets fired with 23 games left, all of you guys should be feeling some degree of guilt. Some degree of, I might not have got along with Nate, but damn, we got the man got. And yes, he was making, at least 2 to 3 to 4. We don't know how much he's making, like 3 or 4 million. Nate was getting paid, Carl. But I mean, at some point, you guys got Nate fired. Does that resonate with you? Do you have any shred of some dignity knowing that you're going to probably get bounced in the first round if you can make it into the playoffs? Because right now, you're not in the guaranteed spot. So do something about it.
Let's talk to Owen in Southwest Atlanta. You're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. How are you feeling about Nate being let go? What do you think?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Hey, Owen, we're great, man. Hey, man.
How you doing? First of all, I'm going to say we got some holes here, guys. We got some holes in our organization. Just like our guy said, when you got holes, you got to fill the holes back up. And the holes that we got right now are in the front office. We got holes in getting a head coach. We got Holes as our star. Is he going to be able to get along with the next coach we got in? We got Holes we got to get covered up. And if you're going to cover the Holes, they need to be covered up correctly. What I was going to say is we had two good GMs in place. Danny Ferry, he got himself gone. We had Slink. Those were two guys that we had, and that was one guy we had that knew what he was doing. I'm not so into to what we have in the front office. I don't think those guys quite know what they're doing. So as I'm saying with the Holes, we need to get these holes filled before we can move on.
I just want to hear you keep saying holes in a sentence. It's making me chuckle. But yes, all that needs to be addressed.
It's too early to tell. But here's what I know. When Travis Slink took this job, he had 2 rings and 13 years experience with one of the most successful organizations that built it from the bottom up. Everybody thinks now this is Golden State that you're watching. It was not that when he got there. It was not that. So they literally built it from the bottom up, and that experience that you're talking about, it's too early to tell with Landry Fields and certainly Kyle Korver, who's now the assistant general manager. But we're going to find out.
Right.
Not going to take long. Appreciate the call, man. Thank you for listening. Let's grab Steve in Midtown. Steve wants to get on here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Steve, Nate McMillan fired. How you feeling?
Yeah, man, I'm a little disappointed in the Hawks. I feel like, this is the second coach that they ran off that had a good reputation. Nate McMillan was a former player, accomplished a lot as a player. He's accomplished a lot as a coach. I know he has a lot of connections, and I'm just trying to figure out, what coach of quality would want to come in here and take this job, knowing that if Trae Young doesn't like you, then you're pretty much gonna get fired. And it's like Trae Young doesn't want to play any defense, and that's not, you can't coach that. That's just effort. So that's to me that's a huge red flag for this role, because like what coach wants to take a job knowing that you could get fired from some.
No, I get you, and I get you. I know that we've talked a lot about Trae and his culpability and all of this, but the thing is, Nate also did a lot of stuff which made you scratch your head. We already talked about it. The timeouts, not using them down the stretch like that Nets game, Carl, they should have won. Then, of course, the Trae inbounds play. That's just recent stuff. And when you have Trae trying to inbound the ball against a 6'10" guy twice and you can't get a shot off, I wonder if some players start to go, what the hell is our coach doing here? So, look, I get it. Trae has been a guy in a black hat. I think Nate has done a lot of screwy stuff, and that's why Nate was not exactly a slam dunk, Carl, despite the success in 2020. When you and I were debating, I said, let's give the man a contract, because he'd never really gotten, one team beyond the first round of the playoffs and all his stops prior. So coaches get fired all the time. Nate's getting paid. But now Trae and these guys, as we said, look in the mirror. What are you guys going to do? And hope that Prunty's going to, I don't know, Carl, do some things that Nate didn't do in the half court.
I do think he brings up a good point, though. And this gets back to what I said about Kenny Atkinson. And by the way, for you guys holding on, I'm sure that John's going to be taking phone calls later on and make sure that you guys get a chance to voice your opinion. We certainly appreciate you listening. I'm just speaking for Kenny. I can't speak for all these other guys. He's going to want to know how this front office operates. Right. And does he have the power, Mike, to do the things necessary that a head coach can do? Or to our caller's point, is he going to be a guy that they just go around your back and, by the way, whatever you say doesn't matter? I do think it matters whoever takes this job. So that goes for all these candidates. With that, John Chuckery, I know you got a big show coming up.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling about this, bro?
Why didn't you just fire Nate after the Knicks game?
Right.
I mean, I understand the All-Star game and the weekend and everything like that and letting it all play out. But
that was embarrassing.
Why didn't you just fire him after giving up 266 points in back-to-back?
2 humiliating losses, right?
Anyway, we'll take plenty of calls. Brad Rowland is going to join us at 8:20, so we'll get his reaction as well from Locked On Hawks, and we'll obviously dive into this. But I'm a little bit surprised just from that they did it right now. Pulled the Band-Aid off, and ownership just said, let's just
But you know what? I think, John, and you guys know this, the interest level is waning. It just is.
Mm-hmm.
There are many people in this city who don't think this team is going to do anything in the play. There's no hope.
Right.
Nobody believes that this team's going to just flip a switch, turn it on, and all of a sudden we're back in top 4. And guess what? Oh, we're playing the Sixers again in the Eastern Conference Final. Nobody feels that way. If you felt that, then you got to make a change. And that is where we're at right now.
But this is why we had Steve Koonin on. I was saying back in December, let's do this now. We all see it. You're a 500 team then. You're a 500 team now. All the things you've just been talking about.
I thought at the actual midway point of the season, why not pull the trigger then?
Right.
But
there's 23 games left. This team's going to go. This team goes 15-8. You still might not get to the 6th seed.
They said they wanted to be fair to Nate to get everybody back healthy. That's what Steve Koonin told us. Right. We did, and we still weren't any good.
You gave up 266 points in consecutive games.
You gave up 60 to the Spurs in the first half. I know. So now we try to salvage what we can salvage, and we'll see where it goes. But at some point, eventually, you run out of people to point the fingers at. It will eventually get to Trey, even those who say Trey needs 8 years before we should expect anything more from him.
Let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let Me Clear My Throat
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
First, got to give a big shout-out to all of our callers. You guys know how we operate. When things happen, we want to hear from you. Without you, there would be no us. And you guys know we make the city go when it comes to our fan bases and following our team. So thank you guys for being thoughtful, passionate, but more importantly, on point with your phone calls today. Big part of the show here over the last couple of hours. Turtle Behind the Glass, thank you. Beau Morgan, executive producing. Guys, tomorrow, 12:20, Landry Fields, the general manager for our Hawks, joins the midday show at 12:20. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. Statements out there from the Hawks as Nate was fired today. Thanks to Grant McCauley for spending a few minutes with us today talking about all things Braves. Their first game is going to be spring game, is going to be on Saturday. Hawks do not play again until Friday. Now I'm really curious to see how things shake out as we move through the last 24 games of the season. All right, we got to get out of here. Make way for John Chuckery. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
The NFL is the only professional sports league who gets it right. Now, it sucks for our buddies that played in the NFL who are playing now because the only money that you get is guaranteed. You got to sing for your supper in the NFL. The NBA, you got Kyrie saying, I don't know who created the term load management. I don't know who started the narrative completely run amok. I think it's dehumanized some of us. I'd like to be dehumanized for $36 million a year. I'll do my job. I'll try to give you 75 games. And then today, on top of that, we get Marcell Ozuna basically saying he got a $90 million contract and has loafed it for 2 years. Guaranteed contracts do ruin pro sports. And even though the NFL does suck for guys only going to play 3 years because it's so injury-prone, they do get it right for fans and for everybody else.
Well, let me piggyback that, Mike Bell, and let you hear what Charles Barkley had to say about these NBA players.
Y'all baby these dudes so much today. They don't want to play back-to-back games. Every time a fan says something, they get them tossed. They not happy. They want to get traded. It's going to come to a head in the next CBA.
Soft. That's what he said.
Yep.
Soft. We're back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Make sure you're here. If you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you're fired.
Now, your game traffic, 92.